Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Volusia County School Board meeting. Today is Wednesday, August the 28th. Would you please join me and please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to thank everyone who's in the audience for being here. Also want to thank all the great people that are listening in on the internet this evening. So I know there's a lot of concern out there with the hurricane now, we can call it that, with the hurricane heading perhaps our way, and we'll perhaps get a report about that at the end of the night to bring us up to date. We've already had a lot of concern from parents out there, so how this would affect activities, particularly, I guess, Friday night, as it pertains to the schools and so forth. So, more about that a little bit later. We always like to begin our meetings with introducing everyone and hearing from our board members, so let me take the opportunity to do that now, beginning right here to your right from District 3, Ms. Linda Cuthbert. Next to Ms. Cuthbert, representing District 5, Mr. Ruben Colon. And next to Mr. Colon, our school board attorney, Mr. Ted Doran. On the far right, your left, is our agency clerk, Ms. Connie Spire. And next to Ms. Spire is our school board representing District 1, Ms. Jamie Haynes. Next to Ms. Haynes is our vice chair representing District 2, Ms. Ida Wright. And next to Ms. Wright and next to me, we have our superintendent, Mr. Timothy P. Egner. And my name is Carl Persis, and it's my pleasure to serve as chair and welcome you once again. Items for approval on this agenda this evening are items 1.03, 2.02, 4.01, 6.02, 7.01, 20.01, 21.02, 22.01 through 22.05, and 24.01. We have multiple public participation times throughout every school board meeting, items concerning non-ministerial ceremonial resolutions, items on the consent agenda, items that require board action. There's also a 6:30 time for public participation on regarding any item that is not on the agenda for action. And then there's also time at the end of the meeting in case you didn't get an opportunity to speak before any of those other times, you can have an opportunity to speak then. At the 6:30 time, I will tell you it's a 15-minute time period there in the event there are people wishing to speak to something that is not on the agenda. But if it's about any item that's on the agenda and requires board action, then there is no limit to that, and as many people that wish to speak to that item, you're welcome to do so. It's typical for board members, so that you know too, if it's your first time here, that we do not respond as you come up and speak, but we do ask you to fill out a card so that if there are some questions or anything, that we can certainly know how to get in touch with you, and we will do that. All right, our district vision statement is that we want to ensure that all of our students graduate with a superior 21st century education. And school's been in session now for, 3 weeks or so? And a lot of things been going on. So I'll ask my school board members, are there any of you that wish to comment about any events that, Ms. Cuthbert, you would? You take it away, Ms. Cuthbert.
I was able to, with the project manager, along with Mrs. Morrissey and Mr. Aiken, toured our brand new school that's just about to open. That's Chisholm Elementary in New Smyrna. It is absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Hopefully it's still going to open September 9th. It's just phenomenal. Someone even told me as they go by at night, it lights up in the evening so beautifully. What a nice addition to our community. I particularly want to thank the city of Edgewater, who hosted a backpack, I think it's the third or fourth year in a row, to give backpacks filled with supplies to the community of anyone attending any school. Also, we can't forget the Jewish Federation, our businesses and all of our churches and synagogues and other places of faith who donate to our students to make sure they all start off with a really good foot in the school year. I want also to thank View and Futures Foundation, who helped support and use their resources and fund the beginning teacher breakfast and lunches those first 2 days at Mainland High School before pre-planning began. Also, and I'm sure they'll all pipe in, Mr. Bob Davis hosted a breakfast last week for Adopt a School, talking about a few schools that have jet engines now, and almost 50 out of 69 of our schools have been adopted by business partner. And also, there are a lot of businesses as well as chambers that host and organize education committees, like the Volusia Manufacturing Association and the Port Orange South Daytona Chamber of Commerce, the Southeast Volusia Chamber of Commerce, as well as the League of Women Voters. These are all ones that I belong to, that I feel that we all need to reinvest in all different ways in our schools. So I think and I visited all my schools and everyone is very happy. I don't know about the kids, but but it's lovely. It's the schools. It's so nice when they smell good and look good too. Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Mr. Colon.
So I won't bore you with all my travels, but I've been to each and every one of my schools, and you know, this is my first day of school.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that it is real. The struggle is real, the struggle for what it takes to get it all together. And I want to thank all our teachers for everything that you guys did to bring those classrooms to life. I had the pleasure on the first week of visiting all of my schools and being able to actually visit them in a moment unplanned when they were all together. So that was really neat. I figured out the very first day that they're a captive audience between about 7:30 in the morning till about 10 a.m. And then by the time I hit Deltona High, they had already scattered, and my day was done. I want you all to know that I recognize everything you guys are doing with our change of our times, and I want to thank you. It has not been easy for everybody. I won't sit here and say it's been easy, but it's taken a sacrifice and a group of folks who have put our students first in order to ensure that our kids are safe. So thank you. For those of you that have dealt with air conditioning issues, thank you. For those of you that have dealt with technology issues, thank you. We are all in this together, and we are all in this for our children, and we're a team. You know, and I think I could speak for everyone up here. This is us. And so once again, you know, thank you all for the start of the school year, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Ms. Haynes.
So I too have been out to the schools, and I want to thank everyone that was here on the first day and all of those that have joined us since the first day. But I also want to thank Mr. Egner for listening to what we had to say as a board and making it a priority that every student walked in, hopefully on the first day, to a teacher in their classroom. And I know that we're still working with HR to fill some of the spots. I want to say thank you to intervention teachers, academic coaches, and some of the district staff that went out and also walked into classrooms and set up classrooms so that students would have someone there to greet them on the first day. And some of them are still out there teaching, and I appreciate them doing that. But in my district, I have George Marks Elementary, And I want to especially thank all the teachers and staff at George Marks Elementary, because they walked out of their building last year on the last day of school with all of their materials packed, and they walked into modulars, or portables as we call them, but trust me, they're not like the old portables, they're actually beautiful. And they have set those classrooms up, and they're there for those kids. And I have to give a special thank you out to Rob Brinson, because it's not his job, but even on the first day, he was helping put little people on the buses. You know, he works for facilities, but he was helping them load those kindergartners onto the buses on the first day. So that's not why he was on that campus, but even the group that's building, you know, they've done some unique things there so that the kids can watch the building happening and everything, and what a learning experience. But I have toured that entire facility, and those teachers came together and all that staff, and they have made it a beautiful place. So if you haven't seen it, you may want to stop by, because some of these modular classrooms are actually nicer than the classrooms they have been teaching in for a number of years. And I know things have been hard. I will talk about this a little later, but I want to thank everybody for all their work on the scheduling piece also. And to all of my middle school teachers and paras and administrators, especially if you happen to be at a middle school where there's only one way in and one way out. Thank you for being there for the students and staying the extra time to make sure those students were taken care of and got on the buses so they could get home, because we need to address some issues at some of our schools, because we built beautiful buildings, but we didn't plan well for the infrastructure on how we would get kids in and out of them in a correct way.
Not as quickly as we would like, anyway. Ms. Wright.
I just want to ditto my colleagues. The only schools I've missed is Dr. Spidell and Mr. Harm, so I will get to see them next week. All of my schools are doing well. I had one school, but I believe the superintendent did go out to Turie Small where I had a concern. But I too want to thank maintenance for fixing the air conditioner at the middle school, Silver Sands Middle School, because they were having air conditioning problems like for an entire week. But thank you all for getting out there and getting that fixed. And a big thank you to transportation. Transportation has had a doozy for the last week and a half with the schedule change and just getting the route. So we want to thank all of our staff for all of their support. They've done a great job in adjusting and getting things together. But thank you. Thank
you, Ms. Wright, and thank you, board members, for all of your comments. I echo everything that has been said up here. You all said it very, very, very well. I guess the only thing I would add is I want to thank all the principals, who were recently assigned, some of them really recently assigned to their new locations. And being a principal is a tough job, and starting the school year requires a tremendous amount of planning and work and organizing. But when you're just arrived at the facility, maybe 3 or 4 weeks before the start of school, it's even harder. So I know they were under a lot of stress there, but as usual, they have come through. So a shout out to all of the principals, as well as all the other employees that were previously mentioned. Very, very proud of them. All right, we're going to move on and let you know that our next item of business is item 1.03, and that is approval of the minutes for the June 25th, 2019, the regular session, the July 2nd, 2019 special session, the July 22nd, 2019 workshop session, the July 22nd, 2019 regular session, and the July 30th, 2019 special session. Special session. I got a special session. Okay. So board members have received all of those minutes. Are there any corrections, deletions, additions to any of those? Okay, seeing none, then we'll stand all those minutes will stand approved as they were submitted. Our next item is 2.01, that's agenda changes, and Mr. Egner, I understand we have a couple.
Yes, we have a few tonight. The first one is consent agenda item 8.06, and that's being pulled. That is a field trip that has been canceled.
Okay.
Second, consent agenda item 8.13 is being pulled for further review. And this is a little confusing, but consent agenda item 12.07 is being pulled and placed under item 7.01, discussion and approval of items removed from the consent agenda. The reason for this is the original item had the incorrect name of a school, and that it should read Pine Ridge High School, not Heritage Middle School. So that's being changed for that reason, inadvertent error in the name of the school. Additionally, we want to add emergency item to board action items as item 22.06. This is an addendum to the Learning Science International contract. As you know, we workshopped that earlier today and noted some documentation was missing, and so we'd like to add that documentation. It does not change anything about what was described or reported on. It was an omission of a document. And lastly, and this actually doesn't change the agenda, but it's something added to it, when Mr. Aiken gives his report, he will add commentary on the emergency nature of the storm.
Okay,
So
great.
he will give a report to everyone at that time.
Well, thank you very much. So you have heard the changes to the agenda as reported by Superintendent Egner. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Yes, Ms.
Can I
Cuthbert.
ask what the concern is for 8.13?
8.13,
That's the social
pull
studies
for
material.
further
Yes,
review.
and I would have to call Ms. Hazel to come forward with that. Do you know what the concern was while we were pulling 8.13?
It's a contract for RAS.
Social
Kids
studies.
Learning A to Z.
Says that the item was a purchase of
So Learning
social
A to Z,
studies.
social studies
Yes.
contract. We need to, we've been working with that company. It's an online a company that we have a subscription with for our elementary social studies curriculum, and we are still working through that contract with that company, as well as putting some additional information through.
Then what will it do to the social studies elementary teaching?
We'll be able to get it back on the agenda in time to continue that. The subscription actually runs out in October, so we have enough time.
Does it impair the learning or the curriculum at place right now until that time?
No, it continues. We had a subscription with them
Okay.
from last year, and that subscription does not
It's the
renew until
renewal.
October.
Gotcha.
Right.
So there's no gap?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, you're welcome. All right, do I have a motion to approve the
yes,
agenda
Mr.
as
Chair.
amended?
Then I will make a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you. And a second
Second.
by Ms. Wright. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and the motion carries. So we now have the agenda approved as amended. Next item would be, let's see, we don't have any, okay, so we have a resolution regarding the month of September as Attendance Awareness Month. Is there anybody wanting to speak about Attendance Awareness Month? I don't see
That's
anyone.
a presentation by
Okay,
Dr. Amy Hall.
Dr. Amy
Director
Hall,
of
come on up.
Student and Government Services.
and if you'd be kind enough to, people on the internet, to just say your name and your title, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is Amy Hall. I'm your I'm your Director of Student and Government Relations. I'm delighted to be here, so thank you, Chairman Persis, members of the board, Mr. Egner. I am very excited to be here today on behalf of Diane Martin Morgan and the School Social Services Department. September is Attendance Awareness Month, which is very exciting for us. Although we highlight this particular month for awareness in terms of attendance, this is something that we make sure that we continue to focus on throughout the year. Our campaign, which is Everybody, Every Day, Attend Today, Achieve Tomorrow, is a data-driven, comprehensive approach to engage students and families who are in fact our greatest commodity, our students, and we want to make sure that our students are in attendance every single day. Addressing chronic absenteeism is a key component to improving graduation rates, making sure that we increase academic achievement, and making sure that we give our students the absolute best chance to be successful not only in our classrooms, in our community, but later on in life as adults. I'm very proud to say that last year, Volusia County Schools reduced our chronic absenteeism from 16.9% to 14.2%, with 52 of our schools reducing that chronic absenteeism by 10%. That's incredible information that I'm
Dr.
sharing.
Hall, could you define what that is?
Yes. Chronic absenteeism is 10 or more days out of our classrooms. And as you know, every day that our students miss instruction is incredibly impactful. So we want to make sure our students are here every day. So I'm here today to proclaim September as Attendance Awareness Month, but with that vow that we will continue to focus on this throughout our year. So if you will join me in signing a proclamation to make September Attendance Awareness Month.
Thank you so much. Do I have a motion to approve this? Mr. Superintendent, do you want to make a recommendation that we
Yes,
do
I
this?
The superintendent recommends approval of Resolution 2019-29, recognizing the month of September 2019 as Attendance Awareness Month.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Now do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, and a second.
Second.
By Mr. Cologne. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, and the motion carries. So September is Attendance Awareness Month. And
Thank
we
you.
Thank you, everybody, every day. All right, our next item is, let's see, public participation on item on the consent agenda. Do we have any item on the consent agenda? I believe, Ms. Haynes, did you say to me you had a question about one of these items or more? Yes.
So, we pulled 8.06 because I had some questions about that because that field trip is canceled, so that's fine.
Okay, yeah, so that's off the,
Okay, under item 8.08.
okay, let's give us a minute here to get to that one. 8.08,
8.08.
okay?
First of all, I appreciate the fact that they have turned that paperwork in so far in advance, but I think they need to take a look at it because there's some employees listed that would be chaperones that are no longer employed at that school, so I didn't want us approving, I mean, I know that they can change it, but that needs to just be looked at.
Okay.
And then I have some questions regarding 9.01, 9.02, 9.03, and 9.04.
Okay, is there a staff member you want to ask those questions
Yes,
to?
I'd like to ask Ms. Rachel Hazel to come up.
Ms.
to,
Hazel?
Answer some questions about that, because some of those came up earlier in the workshop
Great.
today.
Great, thank you, okay.
So I gave her some information. I guess so that the audience knows, 9.01 is on the 21st Century Community Learning Centers Program grant. My question there was how the schools were selected that are going to receive those funds, and if there was some type of a formula that was used to allocate that money.
Okay, well, why don't we let her answer each question, okay? Yeah.
Okay. Rachel Hazel, Interim Chief Academic Officer. And the 21st Century Grant, I do have some information about. That is a competitive grant. It's not an entitlement grant, so each school would have to apply for that. The Department of Education sends us a list of eligible schools. And to be eligible, it's any school that has a subgroup with performance below the 41%. And just to give you an idea, we have 68 schools that would be eligible to apply for that grant. Our grants department contacts each of those schools and offers assistance with applying for it if they are interested. The funds can be spent on morning activities that are academically related, after-school activities, weekend activities. There is a personnel requirement that the funds be used to have a director or a coordinator, facilitator, someone in charge of the funds, should they be awarded that. We had 5 schools, in addition to the schools that were already implementing the grant, that indicated they were interested in applying. And we're still waiting to see if they are going to get those funds, because it is a competitive grant. So we know it's not a guarantee, but this is the application process that you're approving tonight. Those schools were DeLand High School, Atlantic High School, South Daytona Elementary, Champion Elementary, and Southwestern Middle School.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Haynes? Yes, go ahead.
That answered. So under 9.02, which is the Turnaround School Supplemental Services Grant, my question there is, you list the schools we talked about earlier today, but you added Blue Lake also to that list, and South Daytona is not on the list. And so my question there is, with the slightly over $1 million, what are we using the $1 million for at those schools?
I have that as well. So for the Turnaround School Improvement Grant, there's a different requirement than the UNISIG grant, which is the Unified School Improvement Grant. So they're related in that you will see similar schools on the list, but they have different requirements to qualify for the grants. For the Turnaround School Grant, that's a new grant this year, and it's based on 5 years of data. If you have 3 school grades of a D within 5 years, and it doesn't have to be consecutive, then you qualify for that grant. So that's why Blue Lake was able to apply for that grant. And it is an entitlement
Are these
grant.
both state grants, federal grants,
They are state.
state
From
grants?
they're given to us by Florida. That's a good question. They're given to us by the Florida Department of Education. That's who we apply through. Whether it's federal funds or state funds, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
So you said, so it's a 5-year period, and they have to have been a D how many years?
3 out of the 5
3
years.
out of the 5?
But it doesn't have to be consecutive years.
Is the money, and you may not know this, is it distributed equally, or?
I have the award amounts per school. For Blue Lake, it's just over $246,000. For Palm Terrace, it's just over $276,000. For Champion, $277,000. And for West Side, $250,000. I think it's based on their FTE.
Thank you. The next item was 9.03, which is the UNISIG grant, which we highlighted in the workshop a little this morning. I did the math from the workshop this morning, deducting what was going to be for LSI for Palm Terrace, South Daytona, West Side, and Champion, out of the 1.4 million, but there was still,
Some left.
a little over 400,000 left. So I was wondering, what's happening with the 400,000, and do we know who it's going to?
Yes, I also have the breakdown of funds per school for that. For the UNISIG, which is Unified School Improvement Grant, that's awarded to our schools that have a D or an F rating. We don't have any Fs, so our D schools. Champion, Palm Terrace, South Daytona, and West Side. Champion Elementary's award is a little over $329,000. Palm Terrace's award, $338,000. And these are rounded up. South Daytona, $448,000, and West Side, $306,000. The majority of their funding for this, and this is not a new grant, this is a grant that we have gotten in the past for our schools, and some of them have some rollover money in addition to that. The majority of all of the schools chose to use some of the money for LSI, and this was in conjunction with the district staff writing the plan. So the presentation that we presented earlier, a bulk of the money will be used for that. I reviewed the plans for each of the schools in between our break, and They will be using the additional funds left over for guided planning, tutoring, intervention. There's some summer learning programs like a science camp that they have done, and as well as some teacher professional development. And then on there, at a couple of the schools, particularly, well, I can't remember now, I think it's at Westside, they will be used for coach, an academic coach and behavior support, but nothing like we had in the past where the majority of the funds were used just to fund additional staff members. The issue that we face with that is once the UNICEF grant goes away, we don't have the funding to sustain the staff members.
And the final one was 9.04, which was a grant for district instructional leadership and faculty development. And I do understand that that is a smaller amount,
It's about 139,000.
140,765.
Okay.
So the question is, is there specific schools? Is that across the, just kind of, how's it being used?
That is not given to a specific school. That's spread across, and that supports us and our school improvement funds.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to ask.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Hazel, for being prepared to answer those questions. And now we are moving on to if there are any board members that'd like to remove items from the consent agenda. Of course, the superintendent has already removed 806 and 813, and we're gonna be moving 1207 to 701, I guess. Whatever, any other pulled items there? Okay, then do I have a motion at this time to approve the consent agenda items, the ones that are left? A motion from Ms. Wright
So moved.
and a second from Ms. Cuthbert. And you've already explained why you moved 1207 to 701, okay? So then we have a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and those opposed, and the motion carries. Any board member like to make a comment on any consent agenda item?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Yes, Mr. Klum.
For Mr. Egner.
Yes.
In out-of-county travel, there was a new state requirement that required that, it be disclosed. And so, is there any way that we could find out any out-of-county travel, whether it's through consent, of members of our staff, regardless of who's paying for it? In other words, I see a lot of folks go to Ron Clark Academy. There's a lot of, wonderful places where folks are going. As we're starting to hone in on Title I, where a lot of that money is going. So the same way that we are, and I don't know if we have a consensus, that's up to you guys, but to know, is Ruben going on 12, 15, 20 conferences a year, that are costing $6,000 a piece? In other words, if it's got to come before us, because the state has set $500 for us, but, to know that, we also, it has to be presented, and again, it's a consent agenda item, but to know where, some of this money is going. So just something to consider.
Yeah, and Mr.
Now that
Egner.
we have that additional requirement on us.
Yeah, Mr. Egner, do you understand?
Yeah, I was just gonna repeat back the
request,
question.
yeah.
What you're requesting information on is, regardless of the funding source for the out-of-county travel, can we, in essence, supply where that travel was going to, the staff member that took it, and how much it cost, and the funding source?
Correct.
And were you suggesting at the $500 or higher?
Right, so
500 or higher.
prior to travel, like we do the field trips, again, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we have a consensus, but, just to know, if I'm going to the Keys for a conference, is it gonna cost $640 a night because it's the closest hotel room and the only one that's available? I mean, just as we're starting to hone in on a lot of our funding and potential savings, so just a thought.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean,
Thank you. Okay. We are down now to superintendent's announcements, 17.01. Mr. Egner? We're at 701. 701.
That's the change item.
Oh, I thought we just went through that. Okay, so it's 701, which is now been changed.
And again, that was a change
the name
in
change.
reference only to a name change. Nothing else about the item was altered.
And could you repeat the schools again that it went from?
Yes, the item makes a reference to Pine Ridge High School and not Heritage Middle. It should read Pine Ridge, not Heritage.
Should read Pine Ridge. Okay. That is the way we have changed that item. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Cologne. And a second, Ms. Haynes, thank you. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed. And now we have finally approved item 7.01. So we go from 7.01 to 17.01, and superintendent's announcements.
Yes, we have several announcements tonight. Open House Elementary Schools, Thursday, September 5th, 2019, through Thursday, September 12th, 2019. Dates and times may vary by school. Also, pending emergency events, which could cause changes in a number of calendared events, which we'll notify people of probably tomorrow afternoon. Open House Middle School, Tuesday, September 3rd, 2019, through Thursday, September 5th. Again, dates and times may vary. Open House High School, which has already started, Wednesday, August 28th through Thursday, September 5th. Labor Day holiday, September 2nd. All school and district offices will be closed. Community forum for the superintendent's search, Thursday, September 5th, and that'll be at 6 p.m. at the South Daytona Port Orange Chamber of Commerce. Volusia County Council of PTA's Welcome Back Breakfast, Friday, September 6th, 8 a.m. at LPGA International. School Board Workshop Work Session, Tuesday, September 10th. That begins at 10 a.m. in the boardroom, District Administrative Complex, right here. Next regular school board meeting is Tuesday, September 10th, 3:30 p.m. in the boardroom here at DAC.
All right, and did you mention earlier the Superintendent Achievement Awards tomorrow?
Yes, there is. The invitees know who they are.
Okay, great. And I will see you there.
Yes, you
Bright and
will.
early there at University High School. All right, thank you for those announcements. The next item is 18.01, Superintendent's presentations and a district update. New year, new focus.
Yes, I would like to call forward Ms. Susan Freeman, Area Superintendent, Mrs. Patricia Core, Area Superintendent, Ms. Rose Rowland, Area Superintendent, Mr. Greg Aiken, Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Michael Jimick Officer, Ms. Deborah Muller, Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Dana Page Pender, Chief Human Resources Officer, Ms. Kelly Schultz, Director of Communications, and Mr. Stacy Manning, General Counsel. And this will be a tiered event, so those that are presenting first, and then they'll rotate out as the presentation proceeds.
I'm so glad you said that. I thought they're going to like sit on each other's laps or something here. Okay. So are you first, Michael? Is that why I'm seeing you by
That's
the
why
mic?
he's up.
Okay. Go ahead and please introduce yourself, your titles. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good evening, Chairman Persis, school board members, Superintendent Egner, and the public. I'm Mike Cicchetti, Director for Technology Services and Innovation for Volusia County Schools. I also just wanted to first thank a special shout out to a group that I work dedicatedly with, but assists the district as well, but the Personalized Learning Leaders for their support and assistance with the start of schools and their leadership with the students and teachers they assisted. I did hear an example, and I just wanted to share it for them, but I heard from a first-year teacher who was able to have that assistance in their site. And she very much appreciated
That's great.
the caliber of individual who was in the room. It was, if you've ever heard that book as a first-year teacher, right? Things you never learned in college or things you never were taught. She was able to see that in less than 3 days with an individual who assisted. So good big shout out there as well, and any district members or team members that went out and assisted in that manner, as you mentioned. So thank you to the PLLs. You may also be accustomed to seeing and hearing student information system or SIS updates from Mr. Josh Wyckoff. I hope to provide you with the quality updates he was able to provide as our project manager for our Focus SIS implementation, and will do my best to illustrate what's transpired over the last month since going live in July 31st. In front of you are just a few bullets. I'm not going to go bullet by bullet as I read through my slides. For sure, this was available and online, but definitely at any point, either now or toward the end, if you have questions regarding slides, I'll address. I'll be here to assist and provide any answers and or take in feedback. Some things just to point out, though, the project did go live July 31st as expected. It was on time, it was under budget, and that's always a positive. But we know that the implementation is not necessarily done, right? We went live, school started, and we have usage in place, but there are still things that are being worked out, and you'll see that in the coming slides. But we did have 15,000 logins on day one, and the critical point for bullet 2 is to know that when we go to a hosted service, you need to test those servers and systems on the outside to be sure that they're ready and capable of acknowledging all the influx that's about to hit them. And so we did that testing, and we did have a successful first day of load testing with their servers, and we've continued to have that same success day after day since that time. And teacher training was definitely something that Mr. Wyckoff wanted me to share during his last week that was overwhelmingly successful. It was an exorbitant amount of effort on all hands, teacher's side, school-based side, locations, you name it. It was all hands on deck, and it was a full force attack, so to speak, on it. So definitely appreciated, and obviously still continuing. Some challenges, however, I wanted to point that out. We have successes, no doubt, but there are challenges, and I say it as such because we want to overcome them and we want to acknowledge them. And so with challenges, when the project is live, which it is now, you want to start to work toward a stabilization period. It's great to know that you can have a system that has the ability to provide more integrations, more interfaces, more function and features, but it's also a time where you need to have some relaxation as to what just transpired and get everyone's head around what is now available. Because with new systems comes new functionality, new access and such. And that corresponds also to the third bullet where you see new people and new roles. You've witnessed admin changes, you've witnessed district staff changing, retiring, so on, some with 30-plus years of experience, and that's not easy to just pick up and say, you're now the new person. Bring on that last 35 years, would you? You're going to have new insight, you're going to have new perspectives. And so in a time of stabilization, that also has a challenge of individuals who are now in roles who wish to move the area that they now are overseeing forward, right? So those are challenges, but those are great conversations to have because we are identifying concerns and issues across the district that should be addressed, but in time and in scope. And so I wanted to point that out as a challenge so that it's very open and honest as far as where we are. And then definitely working toward a defined governance structure. So with any new systems, whether it's the student information system or the next one that I'll talk with as our enterprise resource planning, or ERP, it's governance that's going to assist in decision-making, in changes that will affect the district as a whole. For any decision made, has to have governance around it. And so that's something that you're going to see the district, as far as my team, the group in cabinet, and the superintendent, we're going to work toward that governance structure as it was recommended. And then some additional information, some pieces that have been in place and working toward, right, working forward. I wanted to announce for sure that September 3rd is our activated date for Parent Portal. Parent Portal is a familiar term. We wanted to keep that familiar term. We didn't want to change the name and then we are confused when we're having calls or emails or such. So Parent Portal. So we're going to begin to activate that portal on September 3rd. What that means is that information will start to funnel its way through the schools to parents to begin that registration process. Much of what's occurring even to this day, probably even to this hour, is validating the data and validating the custodial rights for individuals that are in the system now, that crossed over from our legacy system. And so it's one of our reasons of ensuring we are working smart around this access, and we do not want to just push forward and set a time that you now have it without making sure that the right people have the right access for the right child. And so that's something that's continually working even up to September 3rd and even beyond. So we're doing our best on that effort to work with Focus, as well as our internal groups, to make sure that happens with little to no hiccup. We're also trying to make it a lot more streamlined for the parents. We do not want this to become a manual process in full, but we will have some manual processes that need to be corrected because mistakes and typos happen, and we need to make sure that that information is accurate in the registration process. So September 3rd, keep that on the books and look for more information. We'll be updating the website. We'll have the information ready for customer support in case they receive call influx, as well as in the schools. And then the additional work to completed, those are some various points of service that you probably are familiar with, or if not, you're not familiar with, you'll be hearing much more. These were on the books to be worked on, not necessarily needed by that July 31st go live date. So these are still things that are worked on and working toward, not necessarily completed at this point. But that's why I still say we're in implementation, right? We're live on many things, not all things, and that's what we're working on. For Oracle Fusion, or Oracle, our cloud-based enterprise resource planning tool that we are working in implementation, we have gone live with phase 1. That was budget and financials. We were actually live with financials in February, and July 1, budget, sorry, flip-flop. Budget February and financials on July 1. And some of those accomplishments, as you see there, is centralizing your procurement model. Definitely for the district, it's helpful to have that central source to work toward purchases in general. Electronic expense approvals and the like, as you see listed in front of you, as well as there are challenges. And in the challenges that we see, we have a legacy system, much like we were talking about on the student information side. And many of the points that we were able to do with a legacy system over decades took time to develop, took time to have conversation around. And that time doesn't necessarily also autocorrect in less than 3 months or less than a year. So these will still continually be conversations had at the district level with business process owners, as well as technical leads and functional areas that we are working with third-party vendors at the same time. So you'll see that as the third bullet. That lag time that's addressed, that's working with third-party vendors to make sure that they're cooperating and completing tasks that they've been assigned, and to ensure it's fully functional as far as what's being sent and received in terms of data. So that's a project challenge in and of itself. And then the fourth bullet, of course, turnover and the depth of technical resources. That's something that personally in my department I have seen. You'll see it on the grid on human resources. The options and opportunities for many of our staff is out there, and it's either sought after or they're targeted. And so that is a concern, that is a challenge, but that's one that we hopefully can continue to work forward on. But I needed to list that as a challenge for even all groups aside, not just technical. Some of the system statistics, do I have that here? Very good, thank you, Mrs. Court. Some of the system statistics, these were going to be updated today because we wanted to provide more live data rather than stagnant from a week or so ago. So number of invoices paid to date is 2,651. Number of checks issued, 769. Now those are checks not to staff, those are checks to vendors, third party. All right, so we didn't just pay 769 people on that end. And number of purchase orders, or POs, is 1,366. And there are other forms of payment, which is ACH, and that terminology or that acronym, if you need an example of what that entails.
Electronic, automated clearinghouse.
Automated clearinghouse, not publisher's clearinghouse where we get that check. We're not going that route. And just to keep and remind everyone at the board and in the public that phase 2, this is a multi-phase project. Phase 1 had separate portions of budget and financials. Phase 2 is our human capital management. That's still scheduled to go live January 2020, so this particular January on that case. We're still reconciling payroll parallel. You'll see the term 1.5. It's kind of in the middle of a small group of individuals as far as employees to a large, which would be considered 2.0. 1.5 is a hand collection, hand-picked of many of our nuances that we have in our district with pay types and manner in which we pay employees at various contract levels and such. So 1.5 is to help kind of navigate what we would see if we went full on 2.0, the concerns with moving into a newer system and how they get paid and how the system interacts and interprets the payments. And so that's still being reconciled, a lot of work on that end on all sides. And UAT, or user acceptance testing, is still being completed or has completed for many of the human resources side of responsibilities and functions. Enterprise customer support. I came in front of you several months ago at this point, if not a month ago, and we started talking about what we were changing in terms of customer support. And so we established a more robust, if that term isn't more legally used anymore, robust. But we did supply more staff to that group. We did pull them from the field, but the intention there was also to work toward remote resolutions, first-time call support. And what you'll find from some of the numbers I have, it's incredible what they were able to achieve and what we're seeing in more of a response from the district, and everything is adaptable. And I mentioned that in the beginning. It's nothing concrete and stable, but that first week of pre-planning, there were over 6,000 calls to the customer support desk altogether. 6,381 to be exact. The average wait time was 40 seconds. Now that's great, and if you're a mathematician, you know averages, you only get low because you have many low. There was a portion of calls where the wait time was 19 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, but those were not the norm. And that's easy to say that in the past that was likely the case, especially when you consider we had 3 individuals on that line trying to answer that same amount each year. And so they did an amazing job. They answered almost 90% of those calls. 90%. So that's a driving number that I know Michael Brown, our manager for enterprise customer support, is constantly evaluating. But on the first day alone, there was 1,545 calls. First day of school alone, over 1,500 calls taken. So for the staff of 11 with 2 temporary support that we had for the first 3 weeks, that was an average of 150 calls a person. That phone never really stopped. And I give them all the credit in the world for keeping the positive approach to the same questions. And that's the intention of a customer support, hearing the same thing but still addressing it as if you've heard it the first time. And this dedicated staff, of course, as you see, is constantly evaluating. This is not perfect by any means, and this is something that will continually be evaluated. And the last update that I wanted to provide also is another project. It's a project not as well known as I would say the SIS or ERP, but this is an E-rate project, federally funded, that assists the district in expanding our network capability. We have systems and network infrastructure that was up to about 16 years old, if not a little more. And with that, it comes time to replace and refresh. 16 years for a device, though, is pretty incredible, including the fact of all the demands that we still have. But it wasn't perfect, and it now is moving into a direction that gets us into a modern era. And so with that, we had a first phase approach. The first approved one was for our middle schools and high schools. And to date, phase 1 of the 3-phase portion of that project has been completed. All high schools and middle schools have had their hardware, access points, servers, and switches inside the schools completely replaced. So they have all the modern hardware ready to go. Phase 2, which is underway right now, it's very intricate because they have to physically walk with the vendor through each location, noting every closet, every cabinet, and every classroom and every corridor that requires network access, more than we had in the past because we want to expand out rather than just stay where we were, tucked in the courses in classrooms and offices. So in that walking, they're identifying where cabling is necessary for upgrade and to allow that speeds that we are looking for moving forward. So with that, that's where we're seeing a lot of cost reduction occurring. So those are the updates that you'll see on the board consent items when we have those coming to you. That's a lot of manual effort to walk. And phase 3 is obviously where we're going to go, and we're searching right now to get that done by December of this year. That's where we expand our wide access network, or wide area network, our WAN, to increase our speeds and available data traffic. And so that particular project is going phenomenally, I should say. It's on time, it's under budget, it's within the scope of what we were looking for, less than 2 years even at this point. And a lot of credit goes out to the schools for accommodating the staff that are working in the evening times for the most part, especially during the hardware refreshes, and the staff that are constantly up there ready to go for any concerns or issues that are happening. Elementary is next. We just were approved for that funding, and so elementary, we already did replace, if you remember last summer, I'm sorry, the core equipment in the closets. Now we're going to be working to mimic what you're seeing here on the middle school, high schools with the elementaries. And so that one I'm looking forward to giving more updates because we have 44 sites on that end. So that is my time.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
All right, good evening,
Good
Chairman
evening.
Persis, board members, Mr. Egner. I'm Deb Muller, the Chief Financial Officer, and I have the next section of great news to bring to you. The first thing I would like to talk about are employee raises. As you may recall, when we negotiated contracts this past year, we did put some conditions in for the raise for 2019-20, and that condition, the first and foremost, was dependent on the base student allocation that we would receive from the state. And if it was more than 3.5% higher than the previous year, then the employees would receive a 2.5% raise. However, because it was not more than 3.5%, it was only 1.7%, employees will receive 2% raises. So that is pretty standard across all of our union contracts and our non-bargaining, with the exception of AFSCME. And again, I'm not going to go through each one on here, but just talk in general. With the instruction, those would be teachers, and we had to wait for VAM scores from the state, which we have, and we're finalizing that data. When we get that data, then we will work with HR, payroll, and our budget staffing people and technology services to update those and calculate the performance pay for teachers. So it will be an average of 2% within the salary schedule and using that performance pay formula. At the time, we will then communicate when we can expect those increases to be in teachers' checks. So we don't have a date yet, but certainly as soon as possible. And I would expect at least the new salaries to be in sometime by October. Okay. Then as far as the VIEW support, which are office specialists and paraprofessionals, their raise again will be an average of 2%, and the new salary schedules were on the consent agenda for you to approve tonight, and we anticipate that those will be in paychecks on September 13th, so they will see those salary increases at that time. Retro, of course, will take a little bit longer. A lot of employees do work over the summer, so we have to go back and calculate those as well. So that is anticipated by Thanksgiving break at the latest. And then, as I mentioned, AFSCME, who covers a wide range of our staff, transportation, maintenance, campus advisors, Schoolway Cafe, employment advisors, and some of our clinic assistants, their contract expired on June 30th of 2019. We're currently in negotiations with them. And so, of course, we don't have salary increases at this time, but as soon as that contract is negotiated and comes for approval with the union and yourself, then we will do our best to get those done as soon as possible. As far as non-bargaining, other than the school-based administration, that is on the agenda as well for tonight, and employees can expect to see those increases in their paychecks on September 13th as well, and then the retro by Thanksgiving break. The school-based administrators, because they have performance pay raises as well, so we will put that 2% into their performance pay formula, and then I would expect that they would be about the same time as the teachers in the paychecks, and we will communicate that as soon as we know as well. I think in both of those cases, everything retro will be done by Christmas break. I mean, that's, sometimes it's the pay before that, but definitely by Christmas break, we're able to process all of the retros. Also, I just wanted to mention that effective July 1st, 2019, this was something, again, that was as a result of our bargaining last year, that direct deposit is mandatory for all employees. And so we are communicating that out to departments and schools and asking for everybody who is not currently a direct depositor to provide that banking information by December 1st, 2019. And then we just finished our employee open enrollment for employee benefits. And we will be doing a dependent verification. We are in the process of determining which company we would like to select, and they will be sending out questionnaires to anybody who enrolled with dependents, because we do have to document their eligibility, and that was, if you remember, on our AG audit, that was one of our comments, that we needed to perform an audit and develop a plan that was ongoing. So we will be doing that as well. And then also, as you had directed, in the spring, we are doing our group insurance plan RFPs, our request for proposals. So we will meet with the insurance committee next week, and we will have the draft RFP for their review and approval. And that RFP will be going out on September 24th, and we'll have a due date of November 21st of 2019. And there will be a committee that will be evaluating those, and those will be people that are on the health insurance committee that have volunteered. And then we will evaluate those through February 20 of 2020. I think that's a lucky number right there. So, and then we'll have negotiations with our finalists, and we'll bring the recommendation to the board sometime in the spring for that, as we normally do. The other group RFPs are also going out in October. They have staggered release dates, and so other members of the committee will also be evaluating those proposals as they come in and helping us to make a recommendation to bring forward. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. And next. Let's go. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Persis, Board Member Superintendent Agner. Dana Page Pender, Human Resources, and with me is Kim McKinney, our Coordinator for Recruitment and Human Resources. First, I would actually like to acknowledge the HR team. They cleared 537 new teachers over the course of the summer, and that's including support, not including support staff or transfers or anything like that. It was 537 new teachers, and there are currently 14 instructional personnel that are in process. So, working hard. If you can see on the screen, we did a comparison of week 1 last year to where we are week 1 this year. So on day 1 of last year, there were 289 substitute teachers in the classroom. On day 1 this year, it was 169, so it was almost in half. Part of that was the superintendent's directive to keep hiring for classroom teachers, but another major factor is the general knowledge change, the legislative change to general knowledge. So we weren't releasing all of those teachers because they hadn't passed the general knowledge exam. We were able to retain those teachers, and instead of having 1 year, they now have 3 years to pass the general knowledge. So that had a huge impact on our classrooms. As you see, day 2, the number crept up a little bit last year. It did a little bit this year as well, but not nearly what it was last year. Same thing with day 3. And as you get to day 5, you're looking at Fridays, which is typically one of our higher days for substitute teachers. With our vacancy update, as of 2 p.m. today, we had 62 classroom positions that were posted. 7 were primary, 4 were intermediate, 27 ESE, which is our biggest pocket of vacancies. We had 1 in ESOL, 6 math, 6 English, 6 reading, 2 gifted, and 3 non-core. And we're continuing to hire and work through the process.
Could you repeat that? Those numbers.
Yes, sure.
Just the last ones, yeah.
62 classroom, so it was 7 primary, 4 intermediate, 27 ESE, 1 ESOL, 6 math, 6 English, 6 reading, 2 gifted, and 3 non-core, which is special area at the secondary level.
Minus 14 that are in the wire.
No, they, right, the 14 that are in there are not on the vacancy thing, correct.
Mr. Egner.
One quick question. As you know, the population, we came up about 600 students short, a little over 600 students short than originally projected. And I know the staffing committee was meeting because I'm part of that, and we were collecting back units. Did the numbers you presented today reflect the units that we're collecting back would be removed from advertising and things of that nature?
Some, we have worked through that, the portion of the day that we had left yesterday and this morning. So we have been working through it, so you will probably see that number. I know there's some, we've reached out to principals, and before we take things down, we want to make sure they're aware of it, so their vacancies just aren't disappearing off of the vacancy line. But those communications have gone out, and we're working back and forth, so you will likely see some of those decrease based on the units that are coming back.
And I kind of like to remind people of how difficult this staffing situation really is. In addition to based on projections, and you can never be quite sure how the projections are going to run. It's usually not exactly the same as the year before, and we've been in a period of decline, not growth. But yet you see a lot of building, so it's very complicated to try to get a good read on that. In addition to that, because we received the VAM scores from the state so late, then there was movement based on school grades and teachers who were no longer qualified to teach at some of the schools they were at. That meant teachers at other schools where the school may have been 100% staffed lost instructional staff due to the trading that went on. And so then now we have a case where we're taking back units because we were 600 people short across the district, but that 600 isn't evenly distributed.
Right.
You have pockets of growth and you have pockets of great decline, and some were unexpected. We thought we had some norms and they were not normal. So at the end of the day, the job of HR never ends, and we suspect it'll continue on for quite some time. But those are some of the variables that are very hard to deal with and very hard to predict, although we are working at it.
Thank you, Mr. Egner. Go ahead, continue.
And now for an update on recent and future recruitment efforts.
And
College.
can you give your name
I'm
and title?
sorry,
Yep.
Kimberly McKinney, as Mrs. Paige Pender said, Kimberly McKinney, Coordinator of Recruitment and Retention. And for an update on recent and future recruitment efforts, college senior intern orientation was held on August 16th. We are currently hosting 55 student teachers in our classrooms. We look forward to continuing our relationship with these future teachers by recruiting and hopefully employing them upon their graduation. We are scheduled to participate in multiple career fairs, including UCF Fall Education Fair, Bethune-Cookman Fall Career, Graduate, and Professional Fair, and in addition to those, we will be hosting instructional job fairs at Stetson University and Daytona State College. I am also very excited to inform you that we have signed a contract with Frontline Education, which is a nationwide K-12 educational recruitment platform. It will provide us up to 1.4 million education job seekers. There are currently over 200,000 people registered and seeking positions in Florida alone. We will have the ability to create a district profile and share available positions. We will also have access to profiles of all those job seekers. The applicants' profiles are very specific to education and include information on Florida certification as well as reciprocal certification with other states. We will have the ability to create custom searches for applicants in the areas of our critical need. We are very excited to expand our applicant pool through this recruitment tool. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all we have.
Thank you. And next, Looks like it's area superintendent time here.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Persis, board members, and Mr. Egner. I'm Susan Freeman, Area Superintendent for Area 2. Joining me tonight, or this afternoon, is Rose Rowland, Area Superintendent for Area 3, and Patty Core, Area Superintendent for Area 1. The start of a new school year lends to much excitement and anticipation. Our teachers have done an extraordinary job of transforming their classrooms into wonderful learning environments. Students have participated in school-based orientations. 8 of our high school's 9th graders were exposed to the high school experience on the first day without the pressure of having upperclassmen joining them. Many elementary students have gained a little independence. Staff have worked diligently on schedule changes. Everyone is adjusting to the new times. Students and staff have participated in a fire drill, and parents have been treated to boo-hoo breakfasts. I think it's safe to say that the 2019-2020 school year is in full effect. At the conclusion of day 13, we have a total of 62,775 wonderful students enrolled in our district. We want to once again congratulate Mary Timmerance, the Superintendent's Achievement Award winner, Tamara Hopkins, our Elementary Principal of the Year, and Carolyn Carbonell, Secondary Principal of the Year. Over the course of the summer, several school-based administrative changes took place, and as a result, we are very happy to announce the appointment of 7 first-year principals, 10 principal interns, and 15 first-year assistant principals.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Good evening, Patty Core, Area 1, Area Superintendent. Another new initiative we began this year at our middle schools was our Middle School Before the Bell program. And when we were putting together this slide, we got feedback from our principals on the number of students participating. So this was as of the end of week 1 of school, with many of them saying that students were continuing to enroll. So we do expect to see these numbers increase. And remembering that the purpose with the later start time was to allow for parents to have supervision for their children and activities and academic time for their kids before school, since they now start at 9:30.
Okay, as you know, back in 16-17 school year, we implemented what we call the Freshman Only Day. And at this point, all of our high schools, with the exception of 2, now actually host Freshman Only Day on the first day of school. That means on the first day, only freshmen come, no sophomores, juniors, or seniors participate on that first day. So we had quite a few kids and students that most of our kids did come from 9th grade. And we had some positive responses from parents and students. The parents were glad to go to first day of school, don't have to follow all the traffic. They can drop their kids off and mosey on to work. And the students had a chance to participate in tours. They had what they called the where they could join clubs. Club Rush, they called it. They can walk around the gym and see what clubs are available. And as you know, when kids are involved, they have a belonging to the school when they can get involved in a club or the band, the chorus, or the key club or whatever. It gives them a sense of belonging. So they were able to walk around the gym to see what club they wanted to join at that time. And so it has become a tradition for most of our high schools, with the exception of 2. And so we had some catchy phrases for our schools that really got involved. And Lanning High just kept theirs as Freshman Day, first day Freshman Day. DeLand had theirs called Bulldogs Rising. Deltona was Wow, Welcoming Our Wolves. At Mainland High was Buck Beginnings, and University was Rising Tide. And so they got involved and got catchy phrases and got the kids excited. So it was really a success this year, and I hope we'll continue, because it does give our freshmen a sense of belonging and make them comfortable before all the other students gain them on campus. So it was really a good time for all of our kids to get there and get involved and get settled in that first day of school. So that's what we have for you at the beginning of the school year, and we hope to this excitement continues 2.5 weeks down, but who's counting?
I can assure you the excitement will continue. That is for sure. There's
Our
never
next section is
dull
planning
moment.
and construction.
Planning and construction. Okay. Do we just have Mr. Aiken here?
All right, yeah, it was busy seats up here
Yeah,
currently right now.
it is.
Chairman Persis, board members, Mr. Egner, thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to go through the remaining operations team kind of briefly, so I won't spend as much time as others probably. But planning construction, it's very, very exciting that the Chisholm Elementary School will open with our students on September 9th. We'll have our first open house there on September 11th, and it's an outstanding, beautiful school. George Marks Elementary School, we're now in the portable village. Unlike, like I think Ms. Haynes mentioned earlier, it's not the villages we used to have before, the old portables, but it's a really nice setup for them there. We're looking forward to that completion next year. Westside Elementary School opened with the new wing that we had there. The cafeteria construction actually started right now. Our ceiling HVAC and lighting projects, we completed those at Creekside Middle School and building 1, 3, and 10, and it's ready for hurricane season, we're in the middle of it right now. Heritage Middle School, building 5 and 6, we completed that as well. And then Pine Ridge High School, the gym, including the floor, as we're done as well. Some parking and circulation at Long Street Elementary School and pathways were also completed. Instructional space, so Atlantic High School, we did the aquacultural lab at DeLand High School Media Center. We did some milling work at the classrooms at Holly Hill. Palm Terrace Media Center is beautiful. If you haven't been there, you need to go there. Athletics and physical education, Atlantic High School Field Lights, their first home game will be September 6th. So looking forward to that if Dorian doesn't come our way. DeLand High track and gym floors were also completed. Pine Ridge High School track was completed this summer. And Seabreeze gym floor and track is underway currently right now. Roof replacement at Indian River Elementary School as well. Bless you. Student assignments. Don't miss a beat. Student assignments, applications that were submitted prior to June 1st, deadline had a 75% approval. Applications submitted after that deadline had a 55%. Overall, 64% of those that applied for a variance were approved. Many cancellations were due to that were not necessary based on the variances because the students rolled up or they were coded already for Academy or IB. And those are the numbers for our Palm Terrace Opportunity Scholarship Program. And as you can see, a total of 13 students actually took advantage of that opportunity. Maintenance and operations. This is mainly looking at what we've done this summer from summer projects for school safety. Electronic doors, we finished 9 of those. Storefronts, 32 schools completed. Buzzers, 31. We're still working on those. School window film, 14 schools completed, and cameras at 18 schools. We've actually installed 7 with the infrastructure, what they call the head-in, so then we can expand upon that as more funds come down the line. Hefson sales, and that's using the $2.1 million grant from the state from last year. We have 18 months to spend those funds, specifically for those items that were on the FSAT that was submitted by the schools up to the state. Hefson sales tax, we're still continuing on with our single point access. And we are retrofitting some cameras systems. We already finished Deltona High, Pearson, Chisholm, and we've done lots of cipher locks. HVAC, boy, what can I say? So on average, we have approximately 20 facilities per day that report some sort of issue. And that's really due to severe weather related lightning strikes, any power outages can actually cause us some issues. The equipment basically is mechanical component failures, energy management control failures, a number of things can cause that. The major problem is power surges. So when power goes out, power comes back on. Our AC units use 3 phases, so if a phase is out, it's not going to work. So, and as you know, over the last summertime and through school starting, we've had some afternoon storms and weekend storms come through. How are we resolving all those issues? And I want to thank Ms. Wright for calling out my team at Silver Sands. They stayed till 11 o'clock that night, bypassing the pump that went out. Dedicated.
Didn't you say they got the wrong pump, came in, and then they still
We did. We went to go pick that pump up actually, and it was the wrong pump. So we came back and retrofitted it, and then the pump came in the next day, and then we fixed it that day and that next evening. So we completed everything. We are 8 vacancies, HVAC guys, short currently right now. So we are using vendors, and our maintenance staff are doing an outstanding job going from one to the other, trying to resolve the issues. I get daily updates. I do share those with you, although I didn't yesterday and today because I've been busy with something else. But I'll get to that. But we do an outstanding job of diagnostic and repair and in ordering these parts. And some of our systems are old, right? Just like at home. Funny story is, I've been working all these AC issues since I was telling my wife, and then lo and behold, Tuesday evening, my AC went out and it's only 2 years old. So there you go. So some of the challenges, like I mentioned, is staff shortages, professional development as well. We got young staff, a lot of staff, those 8 HVAC guys that retired, 30 plus years, so now they're out. So now we got to look at trying to bring that expertise back in. And the ability of our replacement components on a lot of our AC units that are old. Right now we're looking at, and I'll just give you an example, Spruce Creek High School. We've been dealing with that issue currently now. We're trying to fix that. We're trying to get the parts to get that done. Purchasing warehouse, outstanding. They did a very good job. Several things that 170 pallets of books were sorted and delivered to all the schools that we had. West Side Elementary School, the new addition, we installed the furniture and equipment ahead of schedule so they can be there first day of school. Chisholm Elementary School, they've been working on that for the last couple of weeks to make sure that school's ready to go on September 9th. And the fourth in a row, the 2019 award of the Excellence in Public Procurement for that department. Very busy department. Currently right now they're gearing up for looking at all of our contracts for Hurricane Dorian, and then looking at our warehouse stocking all of our shelters. Safety and Security Services, this past summer we had 11 additional guardians that were there. We have all of our contracts are currently done right now, so we have 59 guardians on our elementary schools. 6 are at middle schools and 8 are at high schools. 17 SROs and 9 SRDs. This evening you'll be voting on the Volusia County Sheriff's Department contract for that. I've already mentioned this single point access with 5 camera systems per school currently right now. We're looking at intercom systems and alarm systems down the line. We are required by statute to do what they call an active assailant, or what we call a Code Red 2 drill in all of our campuses. That's being completed this week, and it will be done monthly thereafter. We did School Messenger. I always call it Connect Ed, but School Messenger with all of our families, let them know we're doing it this week. Individually, each school will schedule that Monday through Friday to complete that which best fits into their schedule. Looking at Fortify Florida, now Raptor system is up and running. Fortify Florida, last year we ended with 135 tips. This year we have 35 total this year already, so the first 3 weeks of school. So that is really working well. We did push everything out to every device that we have, whether it's an iPad or a computer. Students can go on and give us those tips and move forward with that. Some are obviously, nothing or testing, but the majority that we've actually seen, we've went in and resolved to went in and looked at the major concern that they had with that. School Cafe, obviously, breakfast, lunch, and we do some suppers as well. So far, we've done about 10,537 breakfasts a day, 24,000, almost 25,000 lunches. 30,000 student eligible letters went out, so a lot of work with that. We have a pilot program, if you haven't seen that, over at Orange City Elementary School. Recommend you go do that. That's they're feeding the breakfast in the classroom for some of the kids. And then we serve 30 suppers at 30 of our schools. Out there. We have new menus out this year, rolling out the Tasty Stations for our elementary schools as well. And we have a pilot cardboard tray and biodegradable trays program currently right now at a pilot. We may look at a second school coming forward. Transportation, another one of those exciting departments that never have any challenges. So,
and everyone's happy.
And everybody's happy all the time, yes, sir. So overall, since the first day of school, our buses have been stabilizing. Parent concerns and complaints are actually slowing down. We have some open routes that we're actually covering with area unassigned. We're still recruiting staff, and operators are in training currently right now. We have about 14 in training, so as soon as they come out, it'll help us a little bit from there. Ronnie did an outstanding job this year. We were faced with some challenges with new bell times, making sure that we could accommodate everything. One of the major hurdles that we have is when high school starts, it's the largest geographical area, we have everybody going to work. So we're trying to get in buses and everybody going to work and everything else getting into our high schools. Causes a domino effect. Same thing in the afternoon for our middle schools trying to get home. Overall, and when we start looking at it, we're 91% on time in the AM currently now, and that's a good numbers as of yesterday, and we're 87% on the afternoon. Now, all the ones we ever hear is the other percentages that we're not quite on time yet. We're still adjusting those routes, and we will move forward, making sure that we are on time 100%, both AM and PM. Technology services, I don't know whether Mike wants to come up here with this one, or I can do it real quick. Wireless coverage, if you have any questions. Wireless coverage for our transportation. As you know, we put in our new iPads on our school buses with the new GPS system. We're also looking at a parent app coming out in September, so parents can actually look on a cell phone, where's my bus? When did my child get on the bus? Where did my child get off the bus? And that's coming out fairly soon. What they've done over the course of this is we looked at all 4 terminal hubs with the ERP access for our operators in attendance, so they can log in and log out, or clock in and clock out, easy connectivity. And they can do downloads for all the students that are actually assigned to their bus. The system is outstanding. It actually gives them GPS, left, right turns, and everything else on that. So it's a good system right now. Replacing and expanding network capabilities at the secondary school. I think you've already mentioned that earlier. So I have some sales tax using that, 10-fold speed coming up, and then Microsoft Teams rollout coming out in the near future. I'm not sure if you want to say anything else there.
Sure, and if you're unfamiliar with Microsoft Teams, let's just put that as a compilation of pretty much most of Microsoft's tools. Skype, it involves Word, PowerPoint. It brings the whole suite together into a common platform for collaboration and communication. It takes the notion of just using Outlook for communication inside of the walls of Volusia County schools to something much different. And we're excited for not only the ability to use that tool, but the calling features that we are expanding out as we look at opening more communication lines, where we know the purchase of phones and phone lines in particular are always increasing in cost. So this is a way that we manipulate and manage our Microsoft contract to its fullest.
Okay.
Thank you, Greg.
Textbooks. Thank you. I figured you want to say something there. You didn't want me to do it.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
Rachel Hazel, Interim Chief Academic Officer. I am here to bring you an update for our textbook situation. This is specifically related to elementary textbooks. As you know, we rolled out both a new program in ELA and in math. And I would be remiss if I did not mention that a typical busy year includes the adoption of one subject or another. While we didn't formally adopt, because we're purchasing year to year, the amount of work is the same. And so Christine Cyrier and her department have done an outstanding job of doubling what the normal workload is. And they would tell you they didn't do it alone. There were many, many people that volunteered. Mr. Aiken mentioned that there were 170 pallets of books delivered to schools. What he didn't mention is each one of those books had to be barcoded, inventoried, repacked, and then sent to the schools. And we had many volunteers, including one of you, Mrs. Haynes, who helped us with that, and we appreciate that. So here's where we are with those textbooks. Our math books are on campus. Our ELA books was the order that we did last, and the student books have all arrived with the exception of a first grade writing book, but it's just one of 3 books that the students have, and that's anticipated to be delivered any day. In fact, some of them may be out there. Teacher editions have been received with the exception of 3rd grade and 5th grade, and most of those have been received. We're in the process of inventorying and barcoding a shipment that just came in, and hopefully within the next couple of weeks that will be remedied, that they all have those books. However, teachers can access all of the materials online. One of the things that the company has worked with us on is ensuring that the teachers at least have units 1 and 2. When the teachers get their manuals, it's a set of 6 different books, sometimes up to 10, depending on the grade level. And so we want to make sure that they at least have those books that they will need to begin planning as soon as possible. And then the back-ordered books, we are sending out regular updates on those. We've also completed professional learning at Volusia Learns, During pre-planning, our math department was out in full force and completed pre-planning training, and our ELA department has made appointments with each school to speak to each PLC and help them plan, as well as start the Wednesday webinars. And that's where we are with textbooks. We're very grateful to have those. I've gotten some nice text messages, some pictures of kids with books. It's been a nice beginning.
Outstanding.
Let me move this camera over, I think, if I can do that.
Oh, that's okay. The one thing I did want to mention, because I had this question and it might clear up, we ordered books based on the projections of enrollment. So we know we have enough books for all of our students, but we sent them out based on projections of enrollment. So now that we have actual counts, we will be reallocating. So schools that have more students than they anticipated will be shifting the books from those schools that have less students.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Egner, are there?
I think Mr. Aiken was going to take the opportunity to give you the storm report and our
meteorologist Greg Aiken will now.
We can do this real
take
quick
over.
and answer any questions you have, because this
All
is the
right.
other part of that. So just so everybody knows, we are closely monitoring Hurricane Dorian with Volusia County Emergency Management, the National Weather Service, the National Weather Service in Melbourne, and all of our local partners at this time. We will be sending messages out to our parents and staff by phone, and we'll update our website and social media pages, both Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, as needed regarding any impact on future school operations. Thursday will be business as usual. Tomorrow, obviously, we have some critical decisions to be making tomorrow afternoon. And any changes to any events, whether it be any after-school events, Friday evening or on the weekend, we'll make those determinations tomorrow afternoon. Currently, right now, all the operations staff, besides their day in and day out duties, we're also looking at preparing for shelter operations. And we've done all of our pre-storm 5 and 4, which are pre-storm checks that we do on all of our campuses, fueling everything and all of that. With the declaration from the governor today declaring Florida a state of emergency, what that does is allows us to take protective measures here in Volusia County. Hurricane Dorian is a major hurricane projected to be here sometime Sunday, Monday. It's a Cat 3 hurricane, and it will land somewhere in on the East Coast, moving our way. Currently a Cat 1 right now over the Virgin Islands. It's moving about 14 miles an hour. Sustained winds are just creeping up to 80 miles an hour. So you can see it's starting to form, it's starting to move, and you can see the path where it's coming into right now on the screen. Wind, for us, they're projecting as a major hurricane is anything over 110 mile an hour. So they're projecting 150 mile an hour. As the major hurricane, and then the hurricane force winds obviously are between 74 and 110 mile an hour. So once when it meets land, it will decrease to a hurricane, probably Cat 2, Cat 1, and then go off into the Gulf Coast. And they say it may generate back out there as the 5 o'clock meeting today. We do have meetings coming up tomorrow and Friday, and we'll be getting all the information out to everyone, including the board and all of our stakeholders, on the actions that we'll be taking moving forward from today.
Okay, so it sounds like more updates will be forthcoming, and you'll make a decision later on this week?
We anticipate making a series of decisions by tomorrow afternoon. We have a major emergency management meeting at 3 o'clock. So again, this storm is fairly unpredictable. It hasn't behaved as predicted from get-go. So we want the best information in hand at the time we make a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Aiken. You may have another job in your future there. All righty, are we finished with your presentations?
We are indeed.
All right, then let's move into, this would be public participation on our 6:30 item. This would be for items that are not on the agenda. All right, the first one is Miss Albert, Elizabeth Albert. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Persis, board members, interim superintendent, and members of the audience. So I want to talk to you tonight about priorities. I want to talk to you about prioritizing. You need me to say something else? No. Oh, I want to talk to you about prioritizing your paraprofessionals, your office specialists, and your teachers. For too long now, it seems as if the group that I just mentioned is often an afterthought when it comes to the decision-making processes of this district. We talked tonight about the vacancies that we have, and there was a comment made about vacancies across the state and whatever. Well, if we look very closely to some of our bordering counties, some of those counties started with single-digit vacancies and they're now filled. So I think we need to prioritize what we're doing in our school sites and in our district to recruit people and retain people, most importantly. Tonight we also, or earlier today rather, we also heard from the external operator, and as I sat through that presentation, you know, that's very close to me. Several of you know that I worked there, and there are several folks that work there now in the audience listening to this. And I wonder what would have happened if we would have prioritized the needs of Palm Terrace so many years ago, as I sat here and asked and asked and asked over and over again that we take a look at things that needed to be done. Would we be spending $1.3 million to someone else, or could we take that money and we could have spent it on our own folks, and we could have provided what we needed to not only Palm Terrace, but the other 3 focus schools, and we wouldn't be in this situation at this point. I wonder what would happen if we took our focus schools and we really looked at them in a different light. I wonder what would happen if we reduced class size and intermediate grades and we provided more allocations for them and we funded those. I wonder what would happen if we didn't have to fight to get SEL folks in there to help our kids that are marginalized at best, and we provided the mental health services that they really need before they can even begin to be academically engaged. I wonder what would happen also if we provided all the resources that we needed, if we ensured that the bandwidth was wide enough to support whatever technology was necessary, if we made sure that the air condition always worked. And I know those things, sometimes things happen, but we shouldn't always be in a reactionary position. We need to prioritize our school sites, the people that work there every day, so that our children can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Hawkins.
I brought notes. That's not normal for me. Amy Hawkins, Deltona. I come to you today not as a union activist and not as a teacher, but just as a mom. The mom of 2 amazing, thoughtful, and compassionate boys, both of whom are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. I want to tell you about Sunday. My boys and I were riding home from an event at church when we got the message from the district about this week's Code Red drills. It's not what you think, though. Being an informed parent, I had already discussed these drills with my boys so they wouldn't be caught off guard and made even more anxious about an already worrisome activity like learning to hide from bad guys with guns in between reading and math lessons. I will tell you, though, I can't remember the last time I felt more unprepared. I listened to the message on speaker in the car so the boys could hear it too, and that's when I heard it. I hoped it would breeze over their heads. Alas, nothing gets past my 7th grader. The gifted 12-year-old picked up on it lightning fast, and his whole demeanor changed. Mr. Persis, am I keeping you from something?
No.
Thank you.
Looking at the cards. Thank you.
His shoulders dropped, his face went slack, and he looked at me. Then he asked me why, and I quote, "the school people thought something was wrong with him." See, that message referred to secondary students who shouldn't or wouldn't view the video telling them how to hide from bad guys with guns at school as fragile. He talked last year after he watched the video the first time about how he understood the message, but he would rather not watch it again because it made him nervous. My son, a rough and tumble boy from birth, realizes that fragile means something easily broken. And for someone he rationally perceives to be from his school to say that about him hurt him deeply. He said he will be watching this video now because it's fine, which I understand in 12-year-old boy language to mean nothing less than he has a hard enough time with kids at his school, and he certainly doesn't want the adults to think he's weak too. It's probably not a big deal to you, but I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to teach my children about disability discrimination in the controlled environment of my van while driving home from church. It was a good lesson, and we had a good conversation about how people will say mean things to others without thinking, because subconsciously they think the other person is beneath them because of disability or skin color or age or gender or sexual orientation or a host of other reasons. This district is currently under investigation by the Department of Justice for discriminating against children like mine. I get there's a lot of work to be done. I ask you, though, as a parent of special needs children who are amazing and smart and kind and thoughtful and the best friends that anyone could ever ask for, when are we going to stop as a district humiliating these children? It's shameful, and it makes me sad for the future of this district that we continue to do this and we continue to do nothing about it.
Thank you. Tracy Fisher?
Good evening.
Good evening.
The thing that I was bringing up has already been addressed. I was talking about the shortage of books for the students and for the teachers. I'm a veteran teacher, been teaching for 25 years, been with the school board for 30 years. And this year I started with no textbooks for teacher books for me. My students had their books, but I had nothing in ELA for mine to resource it, so I had to borrow from my other teachers. It was known last year that we were going to start with 8 units in our grade level of first grade, and we received 6 units. And student books, we were short 2 to 3 books per class. So, and that happened throughout the schools in the whole school district, that students were without books. Some of their friends had books, or we tore out pages and made copies so that they could have pages, but they're looking at their pages. You know, first graders, they want to be like everybody else. They don't want to, and they have black and white copies where others have colored pages, you know? So I'm glad that the books are coming in, but it's like we should start fresh with everybody having the same thing at the beginning of the school year.
Thank you. Melissa, is it Heller? Hello, Melissa.
Melissa Heller from Osceola Elementary, Ormond Beach. Good evening, Mr. Persis, school board members, and Mr. Egner. I have always believed that you have had our students' best interest at heart. But tonight, I'm not so sure. Why, you ask? Because I am a kindergarten teacher at Osceola Elementary with 21 students sitting in my class, and the other 2 teachers have 22. Yes, 22 4- and 5-year-olds who cannot tie their shoes, blow their noses, and some who have never attended pre-K and learned how to socialize. We have carpet time in my classroom, but there's not much carpet left. We have table time, but there's 6 to a table. I also have flexible seating that I've purchased with my own money, but I cannot afford to buy any more extra, but that's a different issue. I choose these different seating options because their attention span lasts for minutes at best. I have no more room. I don't even have enough cubbies if I were to get one more student tomorrow. Our parents want what's best for our kids. We, the teachers, want what's best for our kids. I have an awesome principal who wants what's best for her students. The question is, do you? If you said yes, then please add another kindergarten unit at Osceola Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Corlett? Jane, I may not have their last name correctly.
Yeah, you said it.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jane.
Chairman Persis, Superintendent Mr. Egner, and other board members. I'm here to talk to you about trust. Trust is built through actions, not words. As a teacher, 25 plus years here and 5 years up north, I can tell you that teachers in general, we do every day what we say we're going to do. Arrive on time or earlier than on time. Stay later. Do things in the evening. Volunteer our time. do professional development over summer as we're asked, or do even more than that. We act, we speak, we fulfill our promises. At one time, we were told we were going to have less paperwork. Now we have more. We were told, you were interested in our surveys and information about start times. That was ignored. Okay, you say trust, our administration is saying trust, but we can only trust ourselves because we do what we feel is best for students. As I said, we have SEL for the students. What about us and the stress? We fulfill our promises. You say trust, we really need the proof. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Tracy Butler. Good evening.
Good evening. The search for superintendent should be a search for an educational leader. I've been taking a look at the survey that you released, and I want to let you know that I feel that it fails to resonate with your employees. So I have to ask you, when are you going to solicit input from your paras and from your office specialists and from your teachers? And will that input actually be used? The survey is not specific to your education professionals' needs. The qualifications ask for experience, education, government, or business. We need someone with a strong education background. Business and government backgrounds are different from education backgrounds. Your survey asks about student achievement. Whom better to discuss this with than your education professionals? We have a direct impact on student achievement daily. Curriculum. As educators, we implement the district curriculum. Our input and buy-in determines your curriculum success. The incoming superintendent needs to see us as partners in this direction and in these decisions, and we are the professionals. Communication. Your internal communications should be two-way. The best leader for the job would seek input and opinions from the paras, the office specialists, and the teachers before implementing those ideas. We can't be the last to know the intention of the district leaders. Human resources, you ask about supervising employees. We need a leader, not a supervisor. You speak for implementing corrective action and improvement plans. That sends a very negative message to your employees. What about working with the employees? Do you value and respect your paras, your office specialists, and your teachers? If so, then we want a seat at the table for this decision. We want a survey that is inclusive of our concerns and our needs. I hope you will put a puzzle piece for us.
Thank you. Jeffrey Turner.
Hello, everyone. Jeff Turner, Holly Hill. Mr. Persis,
Hi.
Mr. Egner. I'm speaking on behalf of my son. My son is a student at Mainland High School, 3.5 GPA, dual enrolled. But he was deflated when we had the things that happened at Mainland. So far, there hasn't been, according to him, anyone to take him off to the side and say, we apologize, it's okay. No one heard his voice. And as a father, I listened. I say, okay, son, let me apologize to you. What can we do? And amazingly, he came up with some great ideas that probably could be shared with other people. So my thought towards you guys is maybe have someone come in and speak and hear what the kids have to say. And they may have an important voice. Yeah. That's about it.
Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's what we have done. There were 18 cards. As I said, we usually only listen to five at 3 minutes. 4 of the cards indicated that they wanted to speak about the superintendent search. That one individual that spoke for the superintendent on the card, it didn't indicate that. So that one kind of slipped through. So the people that wanted to speak on the superintendent search, we will certainly let you all will be able to speak to that on, that's board action item 22.01, I believe. Yes. So we'll entertain more public comment on for those four people. And so in case you don't know who you are, it is Betty Powers, Sarah Jones, Karen Weinrich, and C.J. Allen. Are the four of you still here? Just raise your hand. So I'll know one. Great. Okay, great. And then the others, I divided the list like in half. And then the other, looks like there's 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you. Then you will be able to certainly speak at the end of tonight's meeting when we get to the second public participation time. So, having said that, we are now going to move on to item 20.01, administrative appointments, and we have Ms. Dana Page Pender, Chief Human Resources Officer. Ms. Pender? Good evening.
Again, Chairman Persis, board members, Superintendent Egner. It is my pleasure to present the following superintendent's recommendation for administrative appointment. Mr. Timothy Huth to principal of Mainland High School. Mr. Huth began his career with Volusia County Schools in 1974. He has served in the capacity of teacher, assistant principal, area superintendent, and deputy superintendent before retiring in 2009. After his retirement, he continued to serve the students as he returned to substitute in our district. Mr. Huth earned his specialist degree from Nova Southeastern University and his bachelor's and master's degrees from the University of Cincinnati. His area of certification is educational leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
The superintendent recommends approval of the administrative appointment of Tim Huth.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. In a second?
Second.
By Ms. Cuthbert. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Thank you.
And Mr. Huth was not able to be with us this evening. He had a family obligation, but he did ask that I share the following. I am happy to be back at Mainland High School, working with our teachers to provide the best learning opportunities for our Mainland students. We had a very successful open house last night with many positive comments from our parents. Thank you.
Great. Mr. Aiken, is Mainland High School a shelter?
It can be, yes, sir.
I
spoke to him earlier.
Okay.
He's ready to go.
All right. Just kind of curious on that. Mr. Egner, any further appointments or anything? Are we finished with that?
That item is concluded at this time.
Okay, so the next two items, 21.01 and 21.02, Mr. Craig Pender, regarding student discipline, regarding attendance, and then student discipline regarding transportation. Good evening, Mr. Pender.
Good evening. And I'll stick to the script again. So, good evening, Chairman Persis, school board members, and Mr. Egner. Today, we have two requests concerning student discipline. For the first request, the recommendation is made to the superintendent that he requests the board extend the suspension on students Alpha ID 1 SCRB, 1 QQIH, 1 WPOJ, 1 RZQF, and 1 SVBC from school attendance through September 10th, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation. And then for the second request, a recommendation is made to the superintendent that he requests the board extend the suspension on students Alpha ID 1 QMUX, 1 RSZP, and 1 SHAS for school-sponsored transportation through September 10th, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Separately.
Okay, sure. All right, so Mr. Superintendent, I'll let you make the recommendation for each one.
The superintendent recommends the board extend the suspension of students Alpha ID 1 SCRB, 1 QQIH, 1 WPOJ, 1 RZQF, and 1 SVBC from school attendance through September 10th, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Thank you. We've heard the recommendation.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Cologne, and a second by Ms. Haynes. Thank you. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. And those question, Ms.
Yes.
Cuthbert, sorry.
Sir, do you happen to know if these are new this year or these carryovers from last year?
These, actually, there are some new ones, because some dropped off from the last board meeting, but we did add some since school started. I am happy to tell you, because we are trying to monitor these really closely. One of the names is actually on here will not be here. It was just too late to take him off. So we are trying to keep up with these and make sure we're doing everything we can.
Okay, and one more question,
Yes.
just as my curiosity. If we are off school, for example, Tuesday and Wednesday because of hurricane, they will not be penalized for those 2 days, correct?
No,
Or
I mean,
are they, okay, will their suspension include that Tuesday, Wednesday, or not?
it doesn't reflect because school is not in session, so.
Okay, so it's extended even
Yes.
further? Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, and now the recommendation for the second.
21.02, the superintendent recommends the board extend the suspension of students Alpha ID 1QMUX, 1RSZP, and 1SHAS from school-sponsored transportation through September 10th, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Ms. Cuthbert, second by Ms. Haynes. Any discussion, questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Pender. And we are now on item 22.01. This is approval of board appointments to the Superintendent Search Citizens Advisory Committee. I have 5 cards on this item, and I would like to start with Betty Powers. Betty Powers, are you? So we will not start with Betty Powers. We'll start with Elizabeth Albert. You wanted to speak to this item as well, right?
Sure did.
Okay.
And I have a question too,
Yes.
because do I get 3 minutes on this, or do I get as much time as I need?
You get 3 minutes.
Okay, but I'm going to ask a question first, just
Okay.
for process, if I
Sure.
may.
Sure.
So some folks arrive early on purpose in order to put their cards in a specific order.
Right.
And so it seems that for some reason, this evening, the cards have been rearranged for some
No,
purpose?
I can explain this. What I said was those people that indicated on their card where, it says the reason why they want to speak, if they put down there's something related to this item, 22.01, I took those cards out so they could all get an opportunity to speak now.
So perhaps just as an observation, so perhaps going forward, maybe a disclaimer at the beginning of the meeting so that, as we've waited all this time and folks are here, maybe that could be stated so that they'll understand this process. Just
You
a
know what?
wondering.
I didn't get the 18 cards until it was that time, so I was not aware there were 4 or 5 people that wanted to speak to the search.
Okay. Well, when you're ready for me to start, you let me know.
I am ready. I think you've already started, but go ahead.
Well, no, I haven't even begun to start, but
Well-
I'll give you my points here.
Okay.
Okay, so I've been thinking long and hard.
Wait. Don't start.
Now I
Mr.
can't?
Dorn-
Okay.
Mr. Doran you had a comment about?
Well, yes, I think because we handled this in the workshop, that it would be appropriate to just have the clerk read off all the names, because the people who are here may not know who was appointed.
Right.
Before we get citizen input, because otherwise the people talking to us won't know who the people are on the committee.
Sometimes we do public participation before, sometimes after, if you think it'd be better for them to hear the names.
Yeah, well, only in this instance because this didn't exist until a few hours ago.
Sure.
And so there was no way for anybody to know.
Full transparency here.
Yeah, it's just a matter of a presentation in the form of the clerk just reading the names.
Got it,
That's
yeah.
So my comments are not relative to the individuals on the committee.
Okay, so
That makes
why
a
don't,
difference.
can you leave and be doing that while she speaks or not? Thank you. We'll try to accommodate everyone. I'm sorry, Ms. Albert, we're just going to keep waiting here till we...
You can't push.
Wait till
until
the
I start.
timer starts. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
All right, so I've been thinking about this process, the superintendent search process, and I've been looking a lot. I've been watching the timeline and the opportunities that have been created for folks to participate. The biggest takeaway that I have from all of this work is that there is no direct vehicle or mechanism for paraprofessionals, office specialists, or teachers to directly speak to board members and to share their input on the qualities and characteristics that they desire to see in the next superintendent. And so I had some questions. How was the decision made to eliminate the educational professionals from serving on this Citizens Advisory Committee? Earlier today, there was a comment or a explanation that we wouldn't want an employee who was, served under the superintendent to be on the, involved in the process of selecting that person. Well, last I checked, the 5 of you vote. The committee is only going to make a recommendation, so I think that logic is flawed at very best. And so can you help me understand how the decision to eliminate the employee voice serves to build trust and relationships with the educational professionals who work in our schools every day? And can you explain to me how removing the voice of the paraprofessionals, office specialists, and teachers adds to the process of selecting the next superintendent, the next leader of Volusia County Schools? And this is the person who's tasked with educating over 63,000 of our children. And will each of you be attending these community forums? Will there be a dedicated time for office specialists, paraprofessionals, and teachers to speak directly to you, as their concerns are vastly different from business partners and the general public? And so I ask you today to consider the impact of the decision that's been made to not allow employees to serve on the Citizens Advisory Committee. In a time when we seem to have endless conversations about restoring trust and rebuilding relationships, this seems like an opportunity that has been lost. And so your paraprofessionals, your office specialists, and your teachers are watching you, and they're engaging, as you can see tonight. They want to engage, and they will in one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Betty Powers, are you here? Nice to see you, Ms. Powers.
Good evening. My name is Betty Powers. Welcome back, Superintendent Mr. Egner. I'm here because, first of all, I'm a retired school board employee for 36 years. Very successful. I'm here as we look for a new superintendent, that we look for a superintendent that's going to see that we build a new Turie T. Small, because we was promised a new Turie T. Small when Campbell flooded. We didn't flood, but I had to come to school in a boat, okay, because of the water. We couldn't get in there. So it's been a long time. It was a half-cent sales tax passed, and we had very successful. We had all our Title I schools that were very good. We all were B's, A's, and B's, and C's. And we can do that again. I would like to see the superintendent be a transparent person. I would like to see him to be an on hands as much as possible, because it's a massive job to have announced visits and unannounced visits, to get to know the children, to get to know the community. So I really would like to know, when are we going to build a new Turie T. Small? And Miss Small, the school was built in 1954. So it's been a long time. And we know what we can do. But I would like to see our district become Team Volusia again. All right. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
But I want to see a new Turie T. Small. Mr. Perkins.
I think she wants a new Turie T. Small. Did anyone miss that? All right.
Mr. Perkins, I know when you did your internship.
I know. She helped me pass. I'd never be a teacher if it wasn't for Betty Powers at South Daytona Elementary. Title I. First, I was teaching first grade. You were teaching Title I. She's amazing. All right. We have the names of this committee, so why don't we just go ahead and announce those names, and then we'll get right back to it. The next speaker is going to be C.J. Allen. Yeah, just read off the names, and there are the 10 organizations. Connie, if you can start with that first.
The 10 organizations, the names are Elizabeth Albert from Volusia United Educators, Jeffrey Brock from Futures Incorporated, Cynthia Slater, NAACP, Pedro Dash from Faith, Bob Davis, the Hotel Motel Association, Jane Pfeiffer, Volusia Manufacturing, Bill Navarra, Realtors Association, Heather Vargas, Daytona Beach Regional Chamber, Inez Nazario Vega, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and Linda Witherwex, Volusia County Council PTA. Then the names from Ms. Haynes is James R. Pugh, the third retired colonel, Claire Beth Link, and Jan S. Collins, sorry. Mrs. Cuthbert is Renee Sanders, that's a student from Spruce Creek High School. William E. Hall and Angela Kopnicki. Mr. Cologne is Kim Short, Judith, can you say? Ying. Robert Derringer. And then Mr. Persis is Joy Cusack, Anand
Jabalia.
And M. Jason Myers. And then Mrs. Wright is Vicki Presley, David Fisher, and Sandy Bishop.
Yeah, and that was Joyce Cusack, not Joy. Yeah,
Joyce Cusack.
Yeah. Okay, now C.J. Allen. C.J. Allen's not here. Someone, right? Is that correct? She's not here, or he's not here. Karen Weinrich. Karen. Thank you for being here.
Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening.
I just have a few thoughts on this committee, and thank you for reading the names, because I'd heard kind of what they were, but I didn't know exactly who they were. So as I look at this list, and I understand you had the discussion about not school board employees, but there's not one teacher, not one support staff, not a bus driver, not a cafeteria worker, not a paraprofessional who's there for their input. I love the student, thank you. We need the student voice in there, but we are the ones who best know what the school needs to move forward. We know how is the president of the Hotel Association, how do they have more knowledge about what is needed for schools than teachers or support staff or paraprofessionals? So it really bothers me that our voices are not being taken into account, because we have lots to tell you, and a lot of it's positive, but we also know what needs to be done, and we need to be listened to. So if we cannot be included on this committee, which I feel like you really could still revise the committee, but if you do not, there needs to be a way that our input is not only listened to, but you take it into account, because we feel ignored. We feel you're asked for our input, and then it's disregarded. I was on that school day committee, and we brought a proposal, and what was taken was nothing like our proposal. So we need to be listened to.
Okay, thank you very
Karen.
much. Thank you. And the next speaker is Sarah Jones. Sarah, you here? Yes, you're here. Hello, Sarah.
Hello there,
Just
Chairman
pull that
Persis,
mic. Yeah.
and members of the school board. Thank you for listening to me. I'm neither an educator nor a worker here at the schools. I'm actually a retired citizen, a wise old lady, and I have been watching this selection of a superintendent process and I want to speak about it. I actually had not heard these ideas before, but it's amazing how different people exposed to different things sort of see the same thing. As I listen and I read the newspaper, Volusia County Schools has this huge vacancy compared to the districts adjacent to us. I personally know one teacher who lives in Volusia and works in Seminole and takes the long drive because of the difference in working conditions in this county. We have a problem, and you're in the process of selecting a new superintendent. And so far in the past, things haven't gone that well. So I didn't know you'd already picked the committee, but that nothing's cut in stone. I want to urge you in the process of selecting a new superintendent to ask and to work with the members of the Volusia United Educators and the members of AFSCME, your employees. That is your problem. You don't listen to the folks who know what's happened. The future is going to require a lot of change in the way this board does it. And these are the folks who they're on the ground. They're hands-on. They're not theoretical. And they have a viewpoint from which you could definitely profit. You need change, folks. You haven't done it that good so far. And you might want to try something, too, in the selection of your committee. I want to thank you for listening to me and wish very much that you accept this, not only me, but several other people have brought forward, and hopefully pick a new superintendent and this school district becomes better. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, yes,
Can I
Ms.
ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
Just for clarification, because I remember our last meeting, I thought AFSCME was going to meet with the potential candidates. Is that not correct?
I believe they asked about it, but I don't know whether they have a time. I think they do have a time. Now that you said that, I think they do have a time certain to meet with the consultants.
They're on September 23rd.
September 23rd at Holly Hill School. Ms. Wright, that's the school that you and I are going to be at. So AFSCME will be there on 4 o'clock on September 23rd. Thank you, Ms. Haynes. All right, we are continuing. Okay, so we have announced the names. So I need a motion and a second to approve that committee as we talked about during the workshop. Would you please, yes, you would please make that recommendation.
Superintendent recommends approval of the school board citizen appointments to the Superintendent Search Citizens Advisory Committee.
No.
He's not making a recommendation.
See that? You are not making the recommendation.
They misinformed you. I apologize. He doesn't play any role in this.
Thank you.
So,
well,
it's all good.
It's all good.
That's why I'm here.
We don't
No
do
big deal.
these things too often, you know.
We retract the recommendation. It's
And
just
that's
the board
okay.
has proposed a list of candidates. We know who they are. Do we have a motion?
We
Are going to
do.
approve or not?
Mr. Cologne was.
So I make a motion that we approve the list and also delegate the authority to the chair should it be necessary prior to the actual meeting to make changes to this list should it be needed based on someone's inability to serve. And we discussed this earlier. So if somebody can't make it to that meeting, you can propose a new person and the chair can.
If it was your person, I would tell you, and that's the way it go. Mr. Doran, also, is it inherent in that motion that Mr. Doran's going to craft a letter, right, to go out to all of these people?
Yes.
Informing them about the Sunshine Law? And
You and I are going to do a joint letter. You're going to do a welcome, and I'm going to give them a brief synopsis, talk about the fact that we're going to talk more about public sunshine, but give them enough to where they won't,
Okay.
they'll understand what to do.
And is it
in the
correct
short term.
that if, after we vote, and if they are all approved, that they are official right then and there? That they start
Yes,
their?
They are official at the conclusion of the ayes.
Okay.
If they exist.
Okay. So, we did have a motion, and was that a second, Ms. Wright, or? Go ahead, yes.
The only thing that's giving me heartburn about this.
Okay.
If you see me like squirming, is the delegation part of this.
Okay.
Because, we go through this process when we do the superintendent's evaluation.
Right.
And we delegate to the chairperson to go do this stuff. And then we actually notice it as a meeting when that delegated one person, board member, does anything.
Okay.
Because now they're acting on behalf of the whole board and et cetera. So it just gets a little dicey when you get into a delegation.
let me just
so you're
walk-
making a decision for the whole board. When are they bound by it?
I get it. So let me just run through. So let's say one of Mrs. Wright's nominees
Yes.
that we are going to approve now
Yes.
becomes ill or can't make it to a meeting, decides that he or she is just not going to be able to do it.
Right.
For all three. And so Ms. Wright informs me, and she would like to nominate someone else. Could I then just bring that back to the full board and the board approve it? And
Yes.
then-
What I would propose we do is recognizing that, everybody has independently nominated without, any sort of. So we just inform that person that they have been nominated, have them immediately inform them to become a part of it, but at the very next meeting, have it approved by the full board.
Got it. So I'll always bring it back. It won't be just me deciding in a vacuum. I'll always let everyone know, and you all will vote on it. And
Yeah.
we'll
Because, if
divide
she's
that.
informing you, is she the one making the decision? Are you making the decision?
Got it.
Yeah. It just gets under Florida law, it just becomes very messy. So as long as we can just get it back here at the next meeting, we don't have to hold any special meetings, but at the next meeting, if we just acknowledge it, ratify it, I think.
I'm good.
So
I'm
I'll
good with it.
retract my motion, make a motion to approve the list as
As
presented.
And was that still a second from you, Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Wait, question? Yes.
No, I have an announcement to make.
Announcement.
And it's based on this. Because I'll have to wait till after the vote. I have to wait after.
You have to, you want us to vote now? You
Oh,
sure?
yeah, I'm sorry, yes, but I
Okay.
have to wait until the vote is.
Okay. So we have a motion, we have a
So,
second.
I do have
Yes.
discussion.
Yes.
Mr. Doran, can you once again explain to the public why you feel that school district employees cannot serve on this committee and are advising us?
Yes. There have been many steps along the way already for input to all board members, not the least of which is the fact that you all call me all the time about answering emails from constituents. All of these teachers, paras, anybody has complete and full access to you at all times in terms of presenting their concerns, etc. The teachers are represented. The president of the union is on the committee. She is serving there because, without a problem, because she is paid by union members with union salary. She is not hired and fired by the superintendent, both present, past, or future. She is elected by the members of the union. So she is not the subject, subjected to any oversight by the future superintendent. It's also the fact that you all could have put any number, probably, of retired teachers on this because they're no longer employed in the district. I wouldn't have any problem with that. Any number of retired paraprofessionals, any retired people. And in fact, we did that, at least as one administrator, as I recall, in an area, and we even have, a former superintendent on there. But, so and we've had, how many times when it comes to the reference earlier in the comments to getting input with regard to the qualifications of future superintendent, we had meetings. We've had open public input. Anybody could have been here to comment about any of that when we were making the decisions at the time. There's nothing, absolutely nothing about this process that has been anything other than completely transparent and completely open to input from the public on every level, and will continue to be. Yeah. But it is not appropriate for somebody to pick their boss. It's that simple. It doesn't work that way. People who hire people determine who they hire, and the people who are being hired don't determine who is going to hire them. That's not the way it works. So it would be inappropriate, a conflict of interest, clearly, for anyone who is going to be serving directly, and that would be every employee in the district, all whatever number it is, how many, 8,000, 7,800, whatever the number is. All 7,800 of those employees work for one person in the end. Yeah. You know, there's lots of people down the trail, down the trail that make these determinations, but in the end, and they're all approved by the board, and appointments and those kind of things. So that would be my explanation to the public and to you as to why it would be inappropriate for somebody who is presently employed by the district to be on a committee. This isn't somebody, these committee members are not somebody that is just going to whisper in your ear. All these employees have the ability to do that to all 5 of you. These people are going to actually make decisions. That's why they're operating under the Sunshine Law. That's why they're subject to the Public Records Law. That's why, because they're going to actually be making decisions, and that's why it will all be done in the public. And we will have meetings and et cetera. And those decisions are going to be passed up to you as recommendations. They're not fact-finding. They're going to be recommendations, opinions. And so the law draws a distinction between those. If you have a group of people that are going to find facts, then they're not subject, actually, to the Sunshine Law. It's actually a quirk in it. Governments don't use it, but it is an option for you all to create a group that is going to go make findings of fact and only provide you facts, and they're not subject to the law. But if they render any opinions, like in the form of a recommendation in any way or anything else, then they are subject to that law, and that's what this committee is going to do. And so that's why these people, in particular, these 25 or so people, are not, it cannot be people who are, are going to be directly supervised or employed or terminated or suspended potentially, or, if there's an issue that comes up, new superintendent comes in, this person serves on the committee. I'm not saying this probably would happen, but in theory, it can happen. Somebody gets in trouble. Next thing you know, the superintendents have to make a decision. No.
Yeah, get it.
Thank you.
Is that okay with you? All right, we have a motion, we have a second to approve the 25. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye, and those opposed. And so congratulations and a big thank you to all 25 of the people who are going to give a lot of time to this effort. They have 3 meetings that are mandatory, lasting anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours, as well as we'll be having to read a lot of resumes and applications, that is for sure. Yes, Ms. Cuthbert, now you had something you wanted.
Now that I can say it, I just wanted to announce to everyone, now that tomorrow's coming, I'm going to be calling all of my schools, and I have 12 schools in District 3, talking to the principals to arrange a time in which I can be on campus at a certain time to listen to all the employees on staff. I was planning that anyway, I just couldn't say it until after the search committee. And to address, Mr. Hall is a former graduate of New Smyrna Beach High School, principal of New Smyrna Beach High School, area principal, area superintendent, and former superintendent. He is a gentleman, and he's older, so he's very well retired educator. I asked Angela Kopnicki, because she is chair of the District Advisory Council. She talks to parents who have concerns about their schools, so they have access to someone. And I really wanted to make sure I had student voice. And now that her name is out there, and she's willing, she is the president of the Student Government Association at Spruce Creek High School, and she is an ardent volleyball player on the varsity volleyball and even has to give up one game. And her mom is a teacher. So I wanted to make sure I had occupation, gender, age, racial, diversity. And I think all of us wanted to do the same thing from different areas. But I think it all behooves us to, as you have said, to have an ear to what's going on at the ground level. So just thank you, Mr. Persis.
Okay, let's move on to item 22.02. This is a board action item, resolution number 219-28. And Ms. Muller, are you going to come forward? And this is a board action item. Are there any cards on this item? 22.02? No.
All right. Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening.
Chair, board members, and Mr. Egner again. Deb Muller, Chief Financial Officer. I also have with us tonight Mr. Jay Glover, Managing Director from PFM Financial Advisors, and a different attorney attending with us than is on the agenda, but we have Mr. Ken Arton from Bryant Miller Olive, and we are here to discuss the reimbursement resolution that is before you. And I will turn this over to Attorney Arton.
Good evening. A reimbursement resolution is merely a action by a board that draws a line in the sand. That line then allows you to reimburse yourself, should you, in the future, issue bonds to finance costs that you start paying from tonight if the resolution is favorably accepted. So it allows you to spend money on the schools that are being considered and allow you to basically put your cash back in the bank when the bonds are ultimately issued. It also allows you to go back 60 days. I don't believe the district has started spending any money, so at this point in time, it just sets that date in stone and preserves your ability to get your cash back in the event you spend cash and when you issue the bonds in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Glover, were you going to tell us anything special tonight?
I'll just be very brief.
Okay.
This, as Mr. Arton said, does not obligate you to issue bonds. We will be coming back to you all on September the 24th as the school board and the leasing corporation for you all to consider two resolutions that actually approve the issuance of the COPS that we talked about at a couple of workshops. And I'll just mention, during that process, we talked about how low interest rates were. We were projecting about a 2% interest rate on this 5-year transaction we're proposing. Right. Rates have continued to improve. We're probably about 1.5% in today's market. So interest rates are historically low, all-time lows, and hopefully, if all goes well, we'll get approved on September the 24th. As we discussed, that will not obligate us to move into the market immediately, but at those interest rate levels, I think we should consider moving quickly after that, and we can discuss that on September 24th if you all would like.
Great. That is great news. Yes, Mr. Cologne.
So my first question is to Ms. Muller, why are we doing this? Why are we considering this? Is there a specific reason?
Well, yes, that is something that is common when we do these financing. And we have actually started construction at George Marks, which will be one of the schools that will be considered to be listed on the COPS lease. And so this would get us back to June 28th if we had already spent money that we wish to use the bond profit proceeds for.
It's a protective measure that gives you some flexibility.
We have spent we have or will or would have spent the money regardless as we're moving forward with that project, and as well as Deltona Middle, we've already incurred costs for design and so on. So this just allows us to have some more flexibility so that when those bonds are issued, we can use those proceeds to pay those expenses that are associated with it.
Yes, Ms. Haynes.
So with that being said, every time we've met about this, no one had, because even at the last meeting, I agreed because of the interest rate that we could move forward with this. But we talked about, not bonding till such time we got closer to the point that we were going to start these projects. So nowhere did anyone say we needed to do this to back it up 60 days. So, I understand what you're saying now, but why didn't we hear about this at the last meeting where we sat here and talked about it, or the meeting prior? When I saw this on here, I was wondering why it was here, because I didn't think we were going to bond or do anything till closer to time that we need the money.
Well, if I can point out, and that's one of the reasons we are doing this resolution, because if we do defer the financing until later in this year or early next year, you'll actually be able to take some of the proceeds and reimburse you for costs that you're already spending. So if you didn't want to do this resolution, you would need to actually get in the market sooner rather than later and could not defer the financing, because you could not go back and pay costs that you would be incurring on these schools. So again, this does not obligate you to do anything, obligate you to reimburse anything. It just gives you that ability if you want to, and actually will allow us to defer that financing until closer to when more money would be needed than otherwise would be. So this actually helps with that argument in terms of giving us the ability to delay the financing if we want to. And again, I think we can talk about whether that's a good idea given where interest rates are at a subsequent meeting. But again, this does not obligate you to do anything or actually obligate you to even issue the COPS. That action would take forth on September the 24th, where we actually authorize us to do the transaction.
I get it.
And I believe that we actually did mention that when Mr. Glover and Mr. Arden were here previously, that was something that we would bring forward separately from the actual financing. And I know, that Mr. Glover can tell you this. I did send you the reimbursement resolution in case that you did have any questions before this was brought forward, and included the financing timeline. But as you can see, it takes several months to put this all together and involves numerous people, and it's something that we have to work on and have ready to go when the time is appropriate. As well as we are coming forward with the final budget adoption in the September 10th meeting. And so then we had to have that all in place and know which buildings we were financing as well. So there's been a lot done behind the scenes in preparation, and there's been nothing behind the scenes that we've done that we haven't been transparent about with you as well.
So do we plan on reimbursing ourselves for the costs that have already been spent on George Marks and Deltona Middle?
We haven't identified any costs. All we have done is talked about the fact, based on the recommendations of the professionals, that we should bring this forward, and then we have those options. Regardless of whether we brought this forward or not, we would still be moving forward with the payments on any work that's being done for those projects.
Just to add one more thing, that the reason that it's sometimes beneficial to go back and reimburse yourselves for costs that are already spent is because, and we talked about this, there's limitations on how quickly you can spend tax-exempt bond proceeds. So sometimes if you can reimburse yourselves for some costs already spent and save that cash for projects that might come at a later point in time, there's some advantage to doing that as well. So there's a number of reasons why we do this, because it does add extra flexibility to the process as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. And who knows, the rate may drop a little more, right?
I wish I could
Come
tell
on.
you that, but it's
Just another quarter point would help a little bit, anyway. So, Mr. Superintendent, you have you have a question? No, I didn't think so.
Oh, okay, good.
No.
The superintendent recommends approval of Resolution 2019-28, Florida reimbursement resolution.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we adopt Resolution 2019-28.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. And a second, Ms. Wright. Further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and the motion carries. Yay.
very good.
So we'll see you again
Thank
on the
you.
24th
24th, yeah.
of September. All right, thank you all very much. Next item is 22.03. This is a board action item. Volusia United Educators support staff salary schedules effective July 1st, 2019. Ms. Deborah Muller is here, and Stacy Manning, school district attorney. Ms. Muller?
Yes, good evening again. Deborah Muller, Chief Financial Officer. We don't have a presentation for this tonight. You have the salary schedules that are attached to the board action item. And as I spoke earlier when we did our cabinet update, this was negotiated, this average raise of 2%, and we negotiated that we would advance all employees eligible a step and then spread the remaining amount of money over the salary schedules. So for the VIEW support staff, that's an additional 0.5, and the office specialists that fall under these schedules attached.
Thank you. A recommendation?
Superintendent recommends adoption of the new salary schedule effective July 1st, 2019 for VIEW support staff rates.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Question.
Well, you want a second, then ask your question? Do I have a second to the motion? We don't have a second to the motion. So the motion fails for the lack of a second, so yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
So how much are we talking about? Because these are not living salaries. And so I understand that these are tied to, and again, I just have a question. I didn't feel comfortable moving forward. How much are we talking about when we say we're not going to give 2.5 versus 2%? I mean, how much money are we talking about for our paras and our?
Well, the cost of a 1% raise, and I could pull the information up, I don't have it right here in front of me, but the cost of a 1% raise for all employees is a little bit over $3 million. But again, this was what was negotiated with the bargaining unit as far as, those terms as well. That's because unfortunately, if we don't receive money in the FEFP to pay for the raises, that was our concern.
So, I mean, how much, I'm just curious, how much are we talking about? Are we talking about, because paras are typically not 12-month, and they're obviously on the lower end of the pay. I mean, I'm just curious.
So you said overall, it's slightly over $3 million for a 1% raise across the board for all employees. So a 2% raise is somewhere slightly over, or $6.5 million. So an additional half you would need another $1.5 million.
Yes.
Which is going to take you to $8 million to give a 2.5% raise. So what we're sitting with right now is only $6.5 million to do a 2%, and we would need $8 million to do a 2.5%.
Well, this was what was negotiated and agreed upon. I'm just following what those terms were.
We're just trying to figure out the amount.
Right, well, and I can bring forward, like I said, I can give you that information on the average salaries. I don't have them right in front of me, and they're not updated for current costs. I have them from negotiations, but they, office specialists range from anywhere from 9 to 12 months. The majority of them are 8 hours a day. The paraprofessionals range from 6 hours, I believe, to 8 hours. They are also, other than the 8 hours, they will be increasing by a half hour this school, or have increased this school year because of the extended student day. But, last year we had negotiated the 3.5%. And so on top of that, to then go back to the table and negotiate an additional amount of money is what would have had to happen this year. But we went based on the agreement that was negotiated. And the BSA, we didn't really go any further than the BSA because that came in much lower, almost 2% lower than what was in the contract as the condition.
So, and so again, this is contractual. I mean, this is what everybody agreed upon, and it's unfortunate. I think again, if we can look at, and I don't know how this translates in the education world, but and across the board, looking and see if our salaries are competitive, and what I'm saying, we're talking about paras here, but what's in front of us right now is contractual. This has already been agreed upon. It is what it is, and am I happy with it? No, it's before my time. I hate to see that somebody in our district is making $9.50 an hour, that $9.30 an hour. But again, so. With that being said, I'll make the motion that we approve what was already agreed upon by VIEW and the district.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to approve the item as recommended by Superintendent Egner. Ms. Wright, do I have a second on this? Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, and the motion carries. The next item is item 22.04. By the way, there were no cards on the last item. And are there any cards on this item? Okay, no cards, no public. 22.04, and Ms. Muller.
Okay, thank you. And so the same conditions were brought forward to the board last year for the non-bargaining personnel. That includes the district staff as well as USAs that are in technology services and so on. There also are some technical personnel, including the LPNs, deaf interpreters, the school guardians are included in non-bargaining, and the RNs and RN supervisors, as well as all of the non-bargaining office staff that is in the district offices. And so again, that was accepted by you at a step plus spreading the rest. So those salaries are on a smaller increase between steps. They're about 1% for every step. So there was one step plus 1.07% added to them.
And didn't you, are you including substitute raises for middle school?
Yes,
Was
I have
it
that
middle
as
school?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have that to talk about as well.
I just tee it up for you, you know. You just
Thank you
hit
for
it.
that
Go ahead.
intro. I appreciate that. So for substitutes that are in middle schools, number one, that they have had difficulty hiring middle school subs, but then with the subsequent change in the middle school hours, we are offering $1 extra an hour to those substitutes in the middle schools. And then also our ESE classrooms that we have EBD and multi-VE students. Those are also difficult, and we feel that they require some additional training. So Ms. Gilliland from the ESE department will be coordinating training, and once those subs that are interested in subbing there are trained and receive a district certificate, then they will also be eligible across the district for an additional dollar per hour.
Okay. And this was all agreed to earlier? Is that what you're saying?
The substitutes, that was something that was requested when Mr. Russell was here as part of the money that was left over in the budget at schools that came back, and we set that aside so that we could assist them. Those were some of the initiatives that I was asked to budget for from the money. So that has been set aside for those purposes.
Okay. Mr. Egner?
Yes. The superintendent recommends the adoption of the new salary schedule for FY 2019-2020, non-bargaining district level and technical level employees, and substitute rates.
And substitute rates, okay. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. A second. Ms. Cuthbert, question?
No, I seconded.
Yes, I was looking at Mr. Cologne. That's
So,
okay.
you know, we've talked about our areas of need, and ESE, EBD are our areas of need. And so if we continue to look at, and again, this is, I'm speaking to my counterparts, not necessarily to you all. If we continue to look at this in a non-competitive nature, we're never going to be able to ensure that these classrooms have the best folks. And, you know, ESE, EBD, multi-VE, these are our folks who are getting hurt. And in order to think that someone who's willing to work with, you know, and again, competitively looking at where our holes are, and we heard the report, if we have a sub who's willing to go through the additional training and everything that's required to serve our EBD, which is where our biggest holes are, how do we not consider a more competitive pay rate for these folks? You know, that's where our biggest holes are right now. And so how do we get folks who are capable of serving us in EBD? You know, and again, unfortunately, you know, we talked about the contractuals, you know, that's out of our hands, that's contractual, that's, I get that, but this is in our house right now. I don't know if this is competitive, if it's not, I mean, these are special folks. And that's where our biggest need is right now. The state said we need teachers to go to these double D schools. We'll give them $15,000, and some folks were driven and did it. So how do we, with $10.54 an hour, or you know, $13 for a bachelor's, is that really going to help us fill that need? I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but it'd be good for our legislators to do the same thing for people who teach in EBD and ESE. See if they would give them some extra funding, because they too deserve the same type of funding. I don't know as far as substitute teachers, because those are the areas we really don't want substitute teachers, if you want to know the truth. We'd rather have certified teachers in there. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, any other
Now,
comments?
Because this is
discussions?
non-contractual, we could revisit this, can't we, if we learn that, I'm just curious, if we do an HR, you know, figure out, okay, this is what competitively would help us feel, because that's where our biggest holes are, we're ESE. I'm just wondering, I don't know, I'm asking, that's a question.
Isn't it, wasn't this negotiated? No?
No, this
part's
is
not
part of the bargaining units.
These are substitutes.
Oh, substitutes. Oh, okay, yep.
I mean, I don't know, Dana. I don't
Yeah.
know.
You can do what you want.
Chris.
Yes, Ms. Haynes.
Okay, so every person that walks through the door and is willing to substitute, I thank them for doing that. But what we can't do is, we can't start paying substitutes an amount that's equitable to what we're paying teachers that have degrees and have certification and have taken courses and continue to do what is needed to stay certified to teach. Because our teachers have worked long and hard to be in that classroom and to have the experience and knowledge that's needed. And so if we say that we want to raise the pay for someone with a high school diploma or an associate's degree, that's a substitute, because when substitutes come in, and I'm not necessarily talking about a long-term sub, but even with long-term subs, contractually, they're not held to the same standards that our teachers are held to. They don't have to do all of the work that the teachers are doing. So, I mean, I want a certified teacher in there. I don't want to fill these spots. I mean, I understand at times we have to, and last year we learned a lot about where it was happening and we weren't looking for certified teachers. But I think, you know, Mr. Egner heard us, and we're still looking for teachers. And, you know, tonight I was happy to hear that we're going to nationally put out there where we can search for people to come. I love substitutes, don't get me wrong, but if we, you know, if our teacher pays here and we keep raising the sub pay, we're not doing what's best for our teachers.
Okay, and Mr. Egner wanted to respond.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to what she said. With some of these, they are negotiated, and thus we hold ourselves to the results of that negotiation as we honorably should and legally. In cases where we have options, I think the process that's usually followed is the bargaining units are done first. There's one pot of money. So the bargaining units are done, and then these follow. So the answer to your question is yes, we can adjust that which we have direct control over and is not negotiated. But the ideas involving that should come at the beginning of the process, not at the end, because there's only a finite amount of money, and we're at the end of the process where that money's all been divided out. So any further action for reconsideration would change how either the existing money, how it's allocated. So for someone else to win a little greater, someone else would have to lose, or we'd have to go deeper into the hole that we've dug with the $9 million of expenditures we didn't anticipate. So if you're issuing a conceptual discussion that we should start differentiating substitute pay in a really radical way based on where the substitute is assigned, then that's a concept that can be considered by staff in future discussions. But if we started to unravel it now, it would not just address it would not just impact the subs, it would impact all non-bargaining unit. And then could we do it? Yes, but there's no new money to do it.
Right, so this has been a topic of discussion previous to, and this is the first time it's actually come before us this way. So someone with a bachelor's degree that's willing to work in ESE, EBD at 7.5 hours a day times 180, that's an $18,000 a year salary for working for us full-time all year. So it doesn't come anywhere near a teacher's salary.
Well, actually, they'd get bumped up if they were in it for, 60 days?
31 days.
31 days, they
what's
move to a teacher salary.
Yeah, I believe it's if they're certified and they work 31 days, then they would.
Certified.
I believe it's certified.
But with a bachelor's,
Yes.
someone who's got
Now,
a bachelor's degree.
If they're a certified teacher and they work on the 31st day consecutively, then they're bumped up to a first-year teacher's salary as a substitute. But these are daily or hourly rates based on teachers that sub, some a day, some every day. And we do reach out to other districts to look at those rates to see that, you know, if we are competitive, and they're really all over the place. I haven't personally reached out this year, but at the time when we were looking at these last year, we did review the rates. But I mean, that, you know, that would be accurate, that this was money that was set aside specifically to address some of these needs, but that it would have to be budgeted for if we were to do this at this point in
So I
time.
think just, even if it's something for next year, to look at giving where our biggest holes are, you know, again, this is, you know, it's been budgeted, I get all of that, but, you know, this has been an ongoing discussion, this isn't new. We talked about our subs and the role they play today versus the role they've always played traditionally, and how we rely on them now. And so
I think we could definitely plan to have some type of a workshop event in which you could have open discussion about an item that's not on the table, it hasn't already been done, the second part of the year, and then you could express your desires and priorities to us so that it would inform the proposals we bring before you.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is a long-going conversation before your time, and so,
Yeah.
anyways, I'm good. Vote.
Yeah.
If I could also point out the current VIEW contract, those are through 2021
Yes.
currently. So the contracts specify what happens next year as well. Just, you're talking about discussions for next
So
year.
wasn't the contract, and I'm trying to remember back, was it the contract where we could do the 2.5 and then do 2% next year? If we opted to? I'm just wondering.
I think next year, it's a little less than next year again, isn't it?
Next year, it
down.
would be considered, because we did the 2% this year, then we would look at the 2.5%. I believe it was supposed to be 9% over 3 years, if I'm correct in my math. And then if there are similar conditions that must be met, or we would return to the table to renegotiate that. Or as well, if we received more in the base student allocation, then we could reopen. Anybody, either side could request that. And that's in both the VIEW support and the VIEW instructional contracts.
Ms. Cuthbert?
Our governor made a campaign promise that he would increase teacher salaries. And then he's mulling it over right now because they're beginning the budget. What we have to do is keep his mouth into action. Make sure what he says is going to come true. A lot of times, DOE, the state legislature, does not tend to listen to school boards especially, to teachers. We have to get our parents activated in order to pressure him to make sure that comes forward. And I think the reason why that other one with office specialists and their paraprofessionals, which was so difficult to even have a second, were all crushed because we think all of our employees should have a heck of a lot more. Because when I see an office specialist too going from year 1 to year 2 making 36 cents more an hour, that includes $14.40 more a week. And that's abysmal. None of us really like this one bit. But we have to fight for better funding to adjust that district cost differential. And that's why we go to the legislature, that's why we have meetings, that's why we go, because that's our funding. The rollback rate it's being reduced every year. If it would just stay the same from last year, what did you say we would get? How much more if they didn't even touch the rollback rate?
Right.
We would have get plenty, and then everybody would have had that 2.5%. So we can only spend what we're taking in, and Volusia County's been on the short end of the stick of funding for far too long. Far, far, far too long.
I think
So-
to be very specific about something that may have been overlooked in Deb's presentation, Deb Muller's presentation, is that the increase that was offered here was not from reoccurring funds. It was from monies that were collected, unspent monies that were collected back from each of the schools at the directive of the superintendent. So I think the superintendent at that time did listen and did try to make an adjustment to this using money that may not be there next year. So that's another issue. That's why I'm hesitant to have too deep a discussion at the end of the process, because anytime we're using non-reoccurring dollars, then you have no way of being able to predict if you're even going to be able to sustain the modest increase that you did in a given year, just like the $6 million from the hospital fund that was put in the teacher raises, that's non-reoccurring. I don't know where we're going to find that $6 million next year, plus the additional, unless there's major increases in funding. So that's one of the reasons in discussing maybe a workshop topic, because this is so complex with so many variables, so many funding sources. But I'll tell you as a bookmark, as a superintendent, I would always be extremely hesitant to put in pay raises with non-reoccurring dollars.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Any other comments? We all know that we would like to pay all of our employees more, but until such time as we have the money to do so, we're already in a budget deficit now. And unless there's more money coming in, I don't see how we can pay more. This is our first attempt since I've been in the school district, I think, where we have ever paid substitutes differently based on their job performance, based on the job that they'll be doing. It was always kindergarten subs made the same as high school calculus teacher and the PE teacher. That's the way it's been for how many years, Jamie? 50? And so I think this is the first attempt to recognize that, you know what, we're having a hard time finding middle school substitutes, and we're having a hard time finding ESE substitutes. We're having a hard time, as Ms. Wright said, finding ESE teachers, which also kind of shouts out, maybe it'd be nice if we could pay them more, and maybe there'd be more into the marketplace.
I would love to be coming up here and certifying that we could pay 2.5%.
I know that. And there isn't anyone here that is faulting you or anyone else here for that. We had a motion, right, and a second. I think we've discussed it pretty well. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and those opposed, and the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you again. And now, let's see, this is item 22.05, board action item, school board member travel confirmation, and it says I'm the presenter. I'm not quite sure why it says that. I think what we were doing, I think Mr. Cologne alluded to it earlier, that is state
required
statute, and I believe that we had a record of all the trips that we were likely to go on. Is that correct?
We're missing a June meeting.
A June one, okay. But are we pretty good between now and December 31st? Did we capture all of them, Ms. Wright, Ms. Cuthbert?
Yes.
Okay, and
Goes all the way to April.
okay. So then what you're saying is maybe in January we'll need to come back and refresh this list from January till the end of the school year, something like that, through June the 30th. And if any board member wants to take a trip in addition to any of these, I think
Come before the board first.
it just needs to come here first. And it's not that you can't. You can do whatever. It just has to come here first if it's more than $500. Yes,
and I want to
Mr.
note
Colon.
for the record, this is a comprehensive list of events that are taking place, not events that we are all going to.
Right.
So there's trips to Washington, which, again, these are a list of all the ones that are going to take place. However, not ones that we are all going to, or any of us for that matter.
Correct. And Mr. Manning, did you have a?
Yeah, and on to that point, just as a reminder, the action that the board takes today that's being requested is not to approve these trips for any particular individual, but it's a recognition that these trips, if taken, do serve a purpose as a benefit to the district. So,
Thank you, Mr. Manning.
education related.
Okay, so do I have a recommendation?
Yes, the superintendent recommends approval and confirms that such travel is for official business of the school district and complies with rules of Florida State Board of Education.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Cologne. And a second
Second.
by Ms. Cuthbert. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and those opposed, and the motion carries. We are now going to have that special item that we added at the beginning of the meeting, 22.06. And, hello, Ms. Hazel.
Hello.
All right, you want to present this item?
Sure, I'll be very brief. This item that is coming before you is really an addendum to a previous item that you voted on a few months ago, and that is the Learning Sciences International contract. At the time that we did the contract, we did not have the information such as what our school grades were, and wrote it in such a way that it didn't specify specific schools or the services that those schools would be contracted for. So this is further clarification of that. What we have added in addition to Palm Terrace and the services that are provided there, Palm Terrace will be under the external operator clause of the contract, and that cost is $624,000, and it lists out the funds from which that is taken, the UNICEF grant, Title IV funding, and our instructional leadership and faculty development grants, all of which you voted on tonight. Additionally, Champions, South Daytona, and West Side will be using their UNICEF funds at a rate of $225,000 each.
You said that was that the one that was based on FTE?
That grant is based on school grade.
School grade, okay. Thank you for correcting me. Do we have a recommendation?
Yes, superintendent recommends approval to proceed with the Learning Science International contract with addendum.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes.
And second.
And a second from Ms. Cuthbert. Any questions, discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and those opposed, and the motion carries. We are now on item 23.01, our public participation at the end of the meeting, and our first speaker is Jonathan, is it Weiner? Weinrich, I'm sorry. Weinrich, I see it now, R-I-C-H, okay.
Good evening, everybody.
It's my eyes, it isn't your handwriting.
It's okay, I have the problem too.
I get it. I get it.
Me too.
Yeah,
we could use a little laughter at this point in the meeting. Go ahead.
I'm a student at Seabreeze High School, a junior. First of all, I wish we had unlimited public participation earlier so I wouldn't be missing out on time working on my schoolwork. But thank you for having nice chairs. But I just wish we had desks, that'd be kind of nice. But I'm actually here tonight to bring the issue of transportation to and from after-school events. I am currently drum major of the Seabreeze Marching 100, so I've been very involved with, thank you. I've been very involved with everything that goes on, including budgetary issues. And I know that every year we set aside $7,000 for busing to and from games. Home games we are required to go to. But we have to pay for every one besides two, and we get a half-off price, which it's okay. But the football team is also required to go, of course, and doesn't have to pay for their buses. So we spend a lot of money to get to and from events we are required to go to, when that money could go towards important things and essential things like instruments. $7,000 is just barely enough to purchase a sousaphone, which is like the biggest instrument in marching band, but that's barely enough to purchase a good sousaphone. It would be very helpful to the band if we could put the money used towards the bus transportation to anything else. Like we could use uniform, we could get uniform repairs, we could get new uniforms, we could get smaller uniforms for smaller people. We could do a lot of things with that extra money. Band is already really expensive for everybody. We pay $400 a year for band fees. So not having enough money just to get to the games is very upsetting for me, because we were supposed to go to a competition in Vero Beach, but it was $2,000 to get there. And the money used to get to home games could be used to go to that competition and spread ourselves, because we are more successful than our football team. And sorry to say it, but last year all of our bands got superiors, everybody got first place, and we went to London and spent a lot of money on that too. So I think it would be very generous and helpful if we didn't have to pay for things like bus transportation to events that are required. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Go Seabreeze. All right. Cameron Fuhrer? No, not you. Not you. You're last. You're last.
I just heard Cameron.
Yeah, I know. You got all excited. There are other people here, been here a long time. We got to go in order here.
Hello, my name is Cameron Fuhrer. I'm also from Seabreeze.
Oh, hello.
Quick question. Can I get excused from first period because it's so late and I still have homework?
School starts at 8:30.
You know, I was a principal a long time ago. I'm not a principal now, so I cannot write you a tardy pass to get in.
As most people know, Volusia County Schools has a big no bullying policy, and most schools claim to enforce it. But isn't discrimination bullying? School always says if a peer is bullying you to let an administrator or teacher know. But what if the bullying is being done by a teacher or an administrator? The people that we are told to go to and told to trust are the ones that are causing the hurt. They tell you that you're not good enough just because they find out you have ADD. Then all of a sudden they start treating you differently. Being discriminated feels like you're not wanted, like you have no worth, and you're not accepted. You feel like you're never good enough, and it brings down your self-esteem. Growing up with a disability, I've always felt like I wasn't what people called normal. I felt like I could never do something others could, or if I possibly could, it would never be as good as anyone else could do it. Being a teenage girl with all the pressures of the society and others, sports for me is a place I don't have to worry. I feel like when I play sports, I don't have to worry about others judging me because we're a team. A team is supposed to bring you up when you're down, encourage you when you're struggling, not be the ones that are bringing you down. When you have ADD, you work extra hard at things. You have to put more effort than others might, but you get it done. Spending hours in the backyard practicing with a net your dad put up and painting boundary lines is nothing out of the normal when you want something as bad as I did. Going to Melbourne for an elite volleyball camp where you get training from a college coach that had the #1 club volleyball team in Florida and #2 in the nation. He was also a 3-time junior Olympic coach, with an assistant coach that played 14 years professionally over in Peru. Getting nailed in the knee with a volleyball, or with a fast-pitch softball is so hard. So hard it left the stitching imprints as part of your bruise. but to keep going to open gym and then coming home to practice more, to find out that out of 18 returning players, you're the only one that didn't make it. Yet there are 7 new freshmen on the team. 5 of them have never played, or if they did, they had little rec. What does it feel like? It feels like you're being judged because you have ADD. Not on your
I'm sorry,
ability.
I'm going to have to stop you there. Your time is up. But are these your parents who are going to be speaking?
Yeah.
Next, okay. So the next parent is David. David, your dad. Hello. Come on up. How are you, sir?
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you, Mr. Persis,
Good,
ladies
good
and
to
gentlemen
see
on the
you.
board. I was very proud of Cameron for coming up with that on her own. She did not have any help from me or her mother. But anyway,
you should be proud.
I am very proud of her. She works very hard. She has to work harder than the average person because she does have ADD. And there's something going on. Cameron was the only returning player that did not make it back on the team. And there's a series of events that have taken place. My wife has all the details. She'll be speaking after me. But there's a series of events that have taken place that have led us to this point to where it all started last year. And my wife and myself have been met with dismissiveness. We've been met with discourteousness, and there's no transparency as far as, why she didn't make it on the team. We're all told, well, she's not good enough. Well, okay, that's what you say, but everything leading up to this, leading up to the tryouts, is very suspicious. And we feel like it's got a lot to do with her ADD. And so with that being said, we've asked for scorecards, we've asked for notes. Since then, there's been a couple of girls that have quit. And then Cameron was not one. She was not called upon to replace either one of them. And then there was also another girl added extra. And it's very suspicious. So anyway, I just, Mr. Persis, I know you, and I know you'll personally look into that. I know you will.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you. And then Terry, are you here?
Just going to say you discriminate against the volleyball players in the band. You didn't get it, Tyler. Still, okay.
I lost 4 jobs.
It's okay. That's great. My name is Terry Fuhrer, and I live at 20 Lake Bluff, and my daughter goes to Seabreeze High School. She went out for volleyball last year, and she played it. She got told that she'd get floor time and everything, and, sometimes she would, and it got to be where she never got it, even when we were told that she would. I talked to the coach, and I said, look, she has ADD. Her medicine, will wear off by then, but we will bring it to the game. But I don't particularly want to give her that. You tell her she's going to get in, and then she don't. Then all of a sudden, it kind of just went down. Cameron was told she wasn't good enough. She was teased by the other players that she was not right side, she was right bench. I can't even, I'm like so aggravated, I can't see straight. She went on, I can give you a whole list of all the crap that she did, but one of the things that she did that stirred up was the last game of the season was in DeLand. Well, Cameron wasn't playing, there was no sense in us traveling there, and she had an FLVS that she had to do. She went to Seabreeze all during the day, so she had to do her FLVS after school. And that was, the guy was going out, her teacher was going out on surgery. So she said, I can't come because I'm going to do FLVS. Well, the coach went and told the whole team that Cameron quit. And Cameron said, I didn't quit. So when we met with her in Montgomery, she said, I didn't say that. And I said, well, the team said you did. I didn't say that. I said, well, let's go get the team and the text. Oh, well, somebody asked me. And I'm like, okay. So Montgomery gave her instructions 3 times to go back and tell the team that Cameron did not quit. She never went back and told him every time. She said she would, but she never did. When Cameron showed up for gym this time for volleyball, all the kids were saying, well, why are you coming back? You quit last year. Cameron's like, I didn't quit. Okay, there's a new coach. I asked the new coach, I said, you know, where did these girls have never played? My daughter, I have put her through everything to have her ready so she could not be discriminated against. And they don't have scorecards. Everything was based off the scorecards. Oh, well, we don't have them. We gave them to the kids. You didn't make copies of them? Then these kids that are leaving and you're bringing in these kids to replace them, how are you picking who you're replacing them with? Did you draw it out of a basket? Because if you're drawing it out of a basket, I guarantee you my child's name's not in that basket. I asked the coach, I said, I think things have been said, you not knowing Cameron, you just have kind of listened, not, you know. And she said, oh no, nothing. And I said, the coach hadn't mentioned anything about what happened last year? And she says, well, yeah, she told me about Cameron, and you know, because she told me about another girl that was a problem, but I'm going to be addressing that one.
Sorry, Terry, I've spoken to Mr. Egner, and we will be getting in touch with you, all of you,
well,
about this.
The Civil Rights Department
Thank
will
you.
get in touch too.
Mary Jo Warnoff.
Oh, very good, very good.
Yeah, I get like 1 out of 20 right, it seems like tonight.
That was me. Chairman Persis, school board members.
Thank you for being here.
Superintendent Egner. Not one of you that is sitting here on this board or in the cabinet would be where you are without teachers, the team of teachers and all the support professionals that supported them. You wouldn't be here. But yet again, we talk, you're not listening to what we're saying. I mean, Ms. Cuthbert said, you know, the raise is 34 cents or $14 a week. Yeah, but what about the insurance costs we have to inhabit? We came to work this year and we're taking home less money. Is this fair? But we do it for the children. Sometimes it seems like we're very top-heavy up here in the district, and there's not enough people, Indians, down there. Our insurance costs are just phenomenal. I mean, I don't know where that increase came from, but you fed it on to us. But you wouldn't be here without teachers. You wouldn't be here without support personnel. And I'm sure you all have secretaries, but I'm sure that's a different budget. It's sad what you are doing, and you're not listening to what we're saying. And that's just a sad thing.
Our next speaker is Patty Kolpinski. Kolpinski?
Pretty well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody in the public. Thank you. I'd like to just thank all of you who did take the time to read the very lengthy letters that I sent in, and hopefully you viewed the videos, as disgusting as they were. I'd like to make it very clear that my daughter did absolutely nothing to deserve the verbal and physical abuse that she's received at the hands of, can I say the name, or am I supposed to use, like I heard Mr. Pender using letters?
That's up to you.
At the hands of 2 sisters at University High School. One is younger, one is older, obviously. We'll call them Sister 1 and Sister 2. Sister number 1 was suspended from school. Sister number 2 was suspended the day after for doing her dirty work that she couldn't do. So we'll leave it like that. Like hundreds of the kids out here, my daughter did a simple repost of somebody else's post, and her beating came soon after that. No comments made, just a simple post, a repost. I mean, how many of you all here have some sort of social media? Your kids, your grandkids, a sibling, somebody in your family has social media. We all repost. That's all she did. And she has been harassed since the last 2 weeks of last year. She has been harassed beyond anything. The state attorney, we do have something in the court systems now. The state attorney is on this. This family is a family of incredible liars, to the point where my husband and I have taken extra measures and steps with our home and our protection, because they are just that far out there. There's just an obvious lack of any kind of parental influence or control present in this household. This family's just delusional when it comes to what's right and what's wrong. And there's not been anybody that's held them accountable whatsoever from last year to the very moment that I'm sitting here in front of you. I've been patient. I've tried to just trust the authorities. I'm not getting anywhere. I'm sitting here tonight, I got an urgent text from her that there was yet another episode in school, because we've been sitting here since 5 o'clock, that there was that something happened at school. She's been bullied again by the thugs that these girls have going on in school, in their place, since they're still suspended for the next 9 or maybe 5 weeks now, I guess. But I've asked different representatives, why hasn't something been done about these girls? And what I keep getting is, it's their constitutional right to attend school in their home district. What about my daughter's constitutional right to go to that school without fear of being bullied and harassed by these girls and their gang of thugs, we'll call them? I want to know where our rights are as parents. We work hard, we put our kids through school. This family doesn't work. They're living off of what I go to work and do. They're sitting at home collecting off the system. They're doing everything. They're lying in court. They're lying everywhere. I need help, and I need help from you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heather Woods.
You got it right.
I hope so. I hope I got that one right.
It's one of those toughies, I know.
Thank you, Heather.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm a Volusia County teacher, Discovery. Talked to you this morning. My husband's a Volusia County firefighter. We like to say we bleed Volusia. Yeah. Literally and figuratively, we have bled Volusia. You all made the changes to the school times. We have a son who has special needs. I've talked to you about him, and he loves you and your shirt still. But when you made that change, you made it almost nearly impossible for us to get him to school and have someone to watch him. We need special people to watch him. We can't just say, here's a babysitter and get someone to watch him. Luckily last year, my principal was nice enough to say, if you're gonna be a little late, that's okay, we can cover you. Because fires happen. My husband doesn't come home. We have to work with that, and we understand that was our choice. It's not Ben's choice to not be able to get to school, or for me to not be able to go to school because I have to stay home because I can't take him to school. So should I take half a day off? It's this whole thing. We called, tried to get help. People suggested, why don't you just quit? Quit your job so you can get your son to school. Should I? I mean, honestly, I see your face. It's pathetic, right? So we were very excited when we heard that there was a morning program at Deltona Middle School. Yay, we're gonna put him in it. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Woods. He can't go to that, because, he's in ESE, and we can't have them, Really? So I said to my husband, what can we do? He calls up the ESE department. They were shocked. But did anything happen? No, nothing happened. We still can't take him to school. We still, every day that my husband works, struggle to figure out, what are we gonna do with him? How are we going to get him to school? I want you to think about, when you make changes like that, we did ask you to stop before you made those changes, to think about what we were saying, and I feel like you didn't. Give one more year. What was one more year while you were thinking? It wouldn't have killed Volusia County. It could potentially really hurt my son. And he's who I'm fighting for every day, and hopefully you guys are too, because he deserves it.
Yeah, he does. another thing on your list, Mr. Egner. Trevor Parrott?
Parrott, sir.
Parrott, P-E-R-R-O-T-T, Parrott.
Good
Trevor,
evening.
hello.
First of all, thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I'm here this evening to show my support for a lot of teachers that I'm proud to call friends. And I'm also here for another much more serious, selfish motive, in that I want you all to help me attract talent to this area. I don't want to beat a dead horse too much, but the moral of the story is that, you know, in all occupations, this is competitive, I heard you mention. You got to do something about the pay rates and adopt an aggressive strategy to do so. I'm the CEO of a small company. One of the things that I'm looking at about why people are not compelled to come to Volusia County is some concerns with this district. Now, that being said, I'm also here to ask for commentary from you all about what we the people can do to aid you in doing so. But I'm asking for a little bit more radical strategy because I understand it will take a lot to finance it. It will take a lot to do it, and you've voiced the concern, Mr. Egner, of being able to do it with recurring funds. That's going to be a challenge, and I understand that. But there's not a reason that this district cannot be the best school district on the face of the earth. And I just want to encourage you all to adopt that aspiration and do all in your authority to make that a reality. One of the things that I've heard this evening is that the TBD superintendent, all the teachers and staff and so on will answer to that person. I hope that not to be the case. I hope that superintendent answers to this board and that this board answers to the people. Therefore, the 63,000 students in the district are the boss of that superintendent. And I hope that that thought is preserved. To kind of close out my time to speak, one of the things that I heard that can be directly addressed tonight is one in 10 trips that are done by busing are arriving late. This meeting started off with a call for supporting attendance. How can they attend if they're not there on time? I think tardiness matters too. So please pay careful attention to that matter. And basically, I'll end with this. These people are underpaid, but they make investments over and over again into our children. You have the power to be aggressive. That's your choice. Do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Our next speaker is Marta Lindstrom. Marta? You've been so patient. Two of you have been here the whole night.
I have. Well, and thank you.
I know.
Thank you for letting me speak.
I'm sorry, it was just the nature of the meeting.
That's
and
okay.
the way
I'm
things-
surprised actually that what I'm here to talk to you about has not come up. And mine, except for two parents ago, was with the school time changing and my concern for the school time. As a single mother with two boys, now in two different schools and working an hour away from Ormond, it's a challenge to get both kids to school. And with a recommendation of children not being home alone until they're 12 years old, my son is 11 in 6th grade, and so has to get himself ready for school, close up the house, walk to the bus stop. There's no sidewalks, there's no lighting, the potential change for the times. Now he will be walking home in the dark. His bus is late a half an hour every morning. It takes the bus driver 10 minutes to get to school from his bus stop, but in reality it should take no less than 22 minutes. In following the bus, several weeks ago, he's going at least double the speed limit to school every single day. My son texts me when he gets on the bus, and he texts me when he gets to school. And it's 10 minutes, and there's 3 stops after my son. The bus he is not picked up every night until 5 o'clock. So he's not getting home till 5:30, 5:45. This is a challenge for parents with extracurricular activities. This is going to affect so much more than just the buses. It's a challenge then to get your children to extracurricular activities, to have the family time that's necessary, and so on. I would ask that you revisit the time change, that perhaps base it on the children who are actually using the bus instead of the number of children that potentially are eligible for riding the bus. Buses are typically not even half full. So I think that in adjusting some routes and basing your bus routes on the actual usage of the bus instead of the potential usage for the bus. In my experience, more parents at the earlier start times would pick their children up from school and drop them off from school before utilizing the buses. So I think that the school time has forced parents to utilize the buses, potentially hurt extracurricular activities in the community and at the schools, been unable to have the children participate in after-school activities at the school because by that time it's 5 o'clock at night. So I would hope that that's revisited.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Aiken, if you'd see him back there, and perhaps you can work some of this out, okay? No, that's okay. He's the head of all the transportation, so he's the magic man back there, okay? And thank you, Mr. Egner, for alerting him. And now, Mr. Cameron. Jim Cameron. Yeah. She gets it. She gets it. Thank you, sir, too, for being here. Well, hello, Mr. Cameron.
Carl, forgive me the bits for
Jim
that. I mean,
Cameron.
just rushing the gun, but no. I'm Jim Cameron, Senior Vice President, Government Relations, Daytona Regional Chamber, and just wanted to stay in touch with you. I know I come up every few meetings and stuff on this. I mean, but again, as it relates to Tallahassee, now we're putting together our recommendations now, and we're working closely with Amy Hall on your staff, and she's a good committee member. We like working with her. We're going to be meeting with some of our delegation members in the next few weeks, though. But then also, I know, I mean, we see it as a critical issue, and that is, again, like what you were talking about here tonight, you know, scarce taxpayer dollars and stuff, especially coming out of the state, and that is district cost differential. Talked with this lady, Pam Shanker, who works with the Department of Economic and Demographic Research, Amy Baker's office up there. They're the ones that's doing the wage-based study. And that study, keep in mind, that study is going to come out October the 1st. I asked her, and if y'all hear of anything, let me know, but I said, please, let us know anything of any type of meetings or any type of workshops or anything that y'all have up here in Tallahassee or whatever regarding this study before it comes out or whatever. She assured me that they would. So we would like to stay in touch with you on that, though. And we are going to be taking that to Tallahassee. Now, and again, the Volusia delegation, they meet November the 20th, and we're going to be up there for Volusia Days at the Capitol, Day 2 and Day 3, January 15th and 16th on this. And so, again, we enjoy working with Amy Hall, though, on your staff.
Yeah, thank you, Jim, and thank you for advocating for us. You always do a great job. Let's hope the DCD formula changes to the good as far as Volusia County is
It's almost
concerned.
11 million, I believe it is now. I mean, it's
Yeah.
what Deb was saying. So,
$160 million
Yeah.
we've lost in 15 years. So you do the math, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, but thank you.
Yeah.
I know
Thank
you're
you
trying
all so
hard
much.
to help us.
Not commenting on Mr. Cameron's specific notes, but reporting to the board, as I told you, we would contribute to that committee's information, and we have done so. Deb Muller put together a very complete memo explaining our position and suggestions on that. And as of this week, I began visiting our representatives, and that was number one topic. With the one I've met with, I have 3 other appointments. So just to get back, using this as an opportunity to report back with you, we have contributed, and I am continuing to work on that issue.
Great, thank you. Well, we have reached that point of the evening where we're at the end, and Mr. Superintendent, did you have any other comments?
That was it.
Okay, Ms. Haynes, anything you'd like to add?
I do.
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is to talk about the times that the middle school kids are getting home. And I don't know what school this parent represented that was up here a minute ago. But what I do know is, as I said when we started tonight, we have built some beautiful schools, all right? I've got 3 sitting in Orange City. I have Manatee Cove, River Springs Middle, and University High School. Manatee Cove and River Springs Middle were built on property that is surrounded by homes. There is only one road in, and it's called Scholar Way. So I've gone there, and I have written down the times that the buses can pull in. What I'm going to tell you, and I already told this to Mr. Egner, is it's not on our bus drivers at this point. Our bus drivers cannot get into River Springs Middle School. We have 20 buses assigned to get into that school, and I don't care if we build a Taj Mahal. If we don't plan for the infrastructure to allow students, teachers, staff to get in and get out, then I've got lots of kids at River Springs Middle not getting home till 5:15, 5:30 in the evening. I've been talking to parents. I've been telling them. I've gone there twice now in the afternoon, and I have just clocked what time can a bus finally pull in, because it's a single road, and you can't even come back out that road. But they have to come off of 1792, down Blue Springs or Sparkman. We've got a 4-way stop that people are just not even paying attention to. But the bottom line is you turn on a Scholar Way and you sit and you wait. These bus drivers cannot get in there. Same thing's happening at University High. Now at University High, I shared with Mr. Egner, I myself went very, very early thinking, okay, I can get into University High and I can clock the buses. I'm telling all of you that are coming to University High in the morning, 7 o'clock, you might as well go to University High and pray you get in at 7 o'clock, because here's what we've done. The first parking lot, we made student parking. I've already said to him, it doesn't need to be student parking. The next entrance is the little tiny loop in front of the office. That's parent pickup. Tell me how when 600 cars are trying to get in there, they can get in there and pick up students. They can't. The buses have to go beyond all of that traffic, and it's a single road to go to the back of the school, to get to the back, to pull in. I sat there 45 minutes after dismissal, and there's buses still sitting out that can't get in there to pick kids up. So yeah, we built University High. An award was given for the design of University High, but we didn't plan an infrastructure to get 3,600 kids and staff on top of that in and out there. DeBerry's had an issue. Now, I will say this. The city manager of DeBerry and the city council of DeBerry reached out, and I told Mr. Egner I was going to meet with them, and I did. The first week of school, a ambulance could not get down High Banks to get to someone's home because of our backup at DeBerry Elementary. Because once again, we built a beautiful school, but we didn't plan on how to get in and out of it. I'm going to tell you right now, and I have the plans in my car, I meant to bring them in. The city of DeBerry is willing to help us correct the issue for DeBerry. They've come up with a beautiful plan. They're even willing to fund half of what it's going to cost to make that correction for that school so that we can allow emergency vehicles to get through and we're not blocking the traffic. I mean, when a mother writes to me, it's my 6th time today or this afternoon that I get there and I can't turn in, and they tell me to go down to Donald E. Smith, go all the way back through the Golf and Country Club, climb all the way back out on 1792, all the way back down High Banks, and it's my 6th time. She's made that huge driving, and she still can't pull in there to get her child. So someone said to me, don't accept responsibility for this because I had nothing to do with the building, but I'm just going to say it anyways. It's on us. The issues that we are having right now at schools, it's not on our bus drivers. Okay, and I heard what that mother said with the issue, and if that bus driver's driving over the speed limit, that is on that bus driver. But our buses, I've got 3 schools just sitting in one spot that you can't get in and out of. And that's on us, okay? It's not on the parents. The parents didn't design the schools and with no infrastructure for them. No, I've got 4 schools, sorry. That's on us, and we've got to do something about this, because I'll be honest with you guys, it has nothing to do with the time of the day they're going in or going out. You just simply cannot get in and out. You can go there in the morning, and I'm telling you, all of you that think you're coming to University High in the morning, 7 o'clock, you might get into University High, and you might not. And school doesn't start till 8:30, so it's bad. And so why did we do this? And here's what I'm asking. Actually, I think I'm going to demand it. We're building George Marks, and we're going to build a new Deltona Middle. I'm telling you right now, this is what I've learned. I'm going to look at those plans very closely, and somebody needs to tell me how we're going to get those families that are driving, kids that are driving, if it's a high school, and get buses in and out of those schools in a timely manner. Or I don't care what the plans are. Like, I'm serious. It can be a castle. But if we can't get in and out of the castle, I'm not approving us to build it.
All right. All right. Mr. Colon.
So I'll piggyback off of what she said. I actually went to University High, and I had a meeting, and I reached 1792 at 8:02. Seems like school starts 8:30. I didn't end up turning on 1792 onto Rhode Island until 8:22. And then the cars were just lined up. And so just what she described, I witnessed where the buses were lined up with us. And so, ironically, the bus loop is at the back of the school, and it's huge. So again, and I've shared this with Dr. Jones as well, and I've shared it with Greg, and I think we really do need to look at that, because the reality is that if the parents were actually going back there, then those buses were turning sooner. That day, the latest bus arrived sometime around 8:45-ish or so. And so they just couldn't get in.
Right.
I know and so, it's a domino effect, because there's a lot of buses going to university, and I'm sure some of these buses are likely serving Deltona as well. And so, one of my high schools is starting sweeps, which is great. So my next question was, do we have a bus? Are all your buses getting here on time? Now, mind you, I had to ask the question because I hadn't heard about it, and we just got our update today. And the answer was yes, there's one bus that's 15, 20 minutes late every day. Well, I just listened to a great explanation of why instruction matters and why we're going to do the sweep so that we can not disrupt instruction. But what about those kids? And in Deltona, that could be a full bus.
Yeah.
So, again, I think that and I think the mom brought up a really good deal. What's our actual usage? Do we need all of these routes in the afternoon? Are we planning for, to the extent where there are children going home and being picked up at 5 o'clock? So just that's number one. Number two, I want to touch on Mainland, not necessarily the specific situation, but I've had to explain to a lot of folks the role of the board. And one of the things you all note, and it was on the agenda today as a personnel item, you know, anything that has to do with hiring and firing is the job of the superintendent. It is not the job of the school board. And the superintendent is responsible for all hiring and firing. That has never come before us. It was never a discussion before us. It is not something that is within our purview or our role. Tonight, we've heard a lot of folks talk about all the things that may not be going well. And while I realize it's not personal, I will tell you that a lot of those things fall under the purview of the superintendent. And for anybody who thinks that this board does not listen to you, Mr. Egner is sitting right there. Okay? We have done a lot in a short period of time. Textbooks, yeah, there might not be here yet, but we are one of the largest districts in the country. And so when we order textbooks, that's a big deal. That's not just the amount of textbooks they have sitting in boxes. And I've explained this to my teachers. You know, we made the decision to order textbooks. We finalized that in May. We received the majority of the textbooks and everything we needed by the start of school in August. Think about that. It hasn't been a whole year. It's been just a few months. The manuals are available online. That's not something everybody wants to hear, but they are available. We heard today there's not enough textbooks, but we also heard that the enrollment numbers were not where we thought they would be, and so we planned on how many textbooks to send to each school based on the enrollment that was there, and so now we're having to make the adjustments. I don't understand, and again, this isn't personal, but how else could we have done that in a very short period of time? And so the school times, you know, yeah, you know, I fought hard to get that put off for a year. The board decided otherwise, and I respect that decision. It's going to take it's going to be an adjustment. I went to Seminole County the other day in the morning, and the kids were sitting outside at 9:10 waiting for their bus. I went to a high school, asked kids, how do you like getting to school at 8:30? They love it. They wish their bus got there a little bit sooner. They wish they could get home on time. They wish, yeah. But overall, it's been widely accepted. So, you know, I think we've done a lot in a very short period of time. What I've said to a lot of folks is we will be in a better place this time next year. But one thing I do promise you as a board member, and I've had the conversation with Mr. Egner, I can't change what happened at Mainland. But what we can do is ensure that there are safeguards in place, that there are things that are in place to ensure it doesn't happen again. Why? Because our kids matter. And it's not that we are disregarding what happened there. No, it's not our role to even talk about it. We accepted a retirement. That's our role. There's nothing more we could say or do. It's not in our role. And I wish folks would understand that. But it is our role to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And I can tell you, Mr. Egner is committed to that. Committed to putting safeguards in place, committed to putting checks and balances so it doesn't happen again. And as a board member, that is all I can promise you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cologne. Mr. Egner.
I just wanted to make one factual correction, and Mr. Dorn, you can fact check me on this too. But for the general sentiment, I think a superintendent always has to operate as if they own everything, because that's what we do. And so anytime I'm addressing issues, it may sound like excuse making, but I own the issue. So this is where it comes to. However, on one factual matter, I just have to make sure we don't leave a misrepresentation. In matters of termination or demotion, I can only make a recommendation for those things, and then the board has to vote on it. So I cannot independently fire people. I cannot independently demote them.
Correct.
I can only recommend that to the board, and then the board makes the final decision.
Correct.
So I just didn't want to leave that, I wanted to make that factual correction, although I agree with the sentiment of everything you said.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you coming on board, what you've been dealt and the work you've done and the way you've represented our district has been amazing. And I thank you for that because you had no idea what you were signing up for.
Ms. Cuthbert.
Because
you,
of
Mr.
time,
Klein.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay.
Can I say one
Yes,
final thing?
as long as it's not about traffic or,
No, I'm going to thank some people.
okay, oh, thank
So,
people.
I'm saying this to you, Mrs. Albert, and I said it to teachers and paras that were still there. When I've been to River Springs, I want to commend the staff there, and especially the ESE paras that are assigned, like each of them to a student. They have stayed every single day to make sure those kids are on those buses, strapped in correctly or whatever's needed to be done, and they're not being paid to stay there till 5 o'clock. And the staff has kept the students in the cafeteria, in the air conditioning, safe, so they're not sitting out there in the heat, waiting for the buses, which it's not on the buses, to be able to finally drive down that single street to be able to pull in there. And so they need to be commended because they've not walked away and left those kids. They've stayed right there with them, and I've observed that. But, you know, we need to fix this.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Mr. Doran, anything tonight? Then we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.